Hello everybody, thank you for your questions. We begin with a question from somebody whose name I can't pronounce because it's written in Greek or Russian or something like that, and it has letters that I am not familiar with. How would you argue with the person who rejects the existence of qualia? So, I mean, broadly speaking, right, if we're using the term qualia to just refer to what it's like to undergo a particular experience, right? So we're using the term qualia to refer to the phenomenal character of mental states. I mean, it's hard to know where to begin with an argument because it just seems like there's not really any question, there's not any reason to doubt that there are qualia in that sense. I kind of want to do the Sam Harris move and say, well, just put your hand on a hot stove. And like you'll feel something and you'll be able to distinguish that feeling from other feelings. You know, there's something it's like to be in that state. Yeah, I mean, look, there are going to be philosophers who can deny the existence of almost anything, but yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not aware of any good reason to doubt that there's something it's like to undergo particular states. When people criticize qualia, it seems like they're criticizing a more technical concept, right? So this certainly seems to be the case for Dennett, right? Like Dennett doesn't deny that there's, yeah, like we have feelings and so on. At least as far as I know, he doesn't. He's criticizing how philosophers use this technical concept of qualia or what they've done with the concept. So the problem is with the postulation of like intrinsic, ineffable, non-representational qualities that are, you know, known incorrigibly, right? Like once you start building all of these other things into the idea of qualia, once you say, you know, it's not just what it's like to undergo a particular experience, but rather we have access to certain, like we are subject to certain experiences that have intrinsic qualities that cannot be expressed propositionally, that are non-representational, that are, you know, known incorrigibly. Once you start building all that into it, well, I'm extremely skeptical about qualia too. So I'm probably not going to argue with the person who rejects the existence of qualia in that sense, because in that sense, qualia seems like a philosopher's construction, right? It's just like when philosophers in the past talked about sense data. Well, I mean, you can use the term sense data in a broad sense to just mean like, you know, whatever we're sensing. Okay, nobody denies that we perceive things, that we sense things. But the technical concept of sense data had a lot more built into it than that, and there was just no reason to take that seriously as a view about how minds work. And I would say the same about technical concepts of qualia. So yeah, I'm not sure I would argue with the person who rejects the existence of qualia. Okay. Ghosts asks, what do you think of anarchism, and do you believe in tables? What do I think of anarchism? I'm very attracted to anarchism. I guess I would have to consider myself some sort of anarchist, at least just in terms of my political views, not really in terms of my political actions, because I don't really do anything. I'm not much of an activist. I mean, the most that I'll do is just express myself online, and I don't really even do much of that. But you know, look, I've always had strongly libertarian inclinations. I've always cared a lot about freedom, right? And you know, when I was younger, I was more inspired by the kind of US style libertarianism, the libertarianism of people like Nozick. I've definitely drifted away from that these days, and I like the sort of left wing market anarchists. But you know, so the problem is this, right? Like, I don't actually know anything about economics, right, or how to organize society. So why should anybody listen to anything I have to say, right? I mean, this is the thing. When you read the literature on like market anarchism, I'm thinking of people like Roderick Long and Kevin Carson and people like that. I mean, I love that stuff, and it's very attractive to me. But there's a lot of they're making a lot of empirical claims, right? They're making a lot of predictions about what society is going to be like once we do away with the state, and once we make these changes, right? And I'm not sure that those predictions are actually correct. So this is a problem, and I mean it's not just that I'm not sure that they're correct; it's that I feel like I'm not qualified to even evaluate them. But look, why am I attracted to anarchism? Well, because I care about freedom. I want people to have the liberty to live their lives in the way that they see fit without coercive interference from others. I don't like people being told what to do. I don't like authority. I think that there is at least the possibility of anarchism that has to be taken seriously. There are many coercive, hierarchical, authoritarian structures in our society, and in many cases, it seems like people can't really even imagine doing without them. So if you think about, say, the state, it would be the obvious one, right? Like, there's a lot of people who just would take that for granted or think it would be, just chaos to get rid of it. But, clearly we can do away with it. It's clearly possible, at least in principle, because humans existed for hundreds of thousands of years without a state, and yet they were still able to organise their societies and maintain order. And I mean, they didn't just exist without a state. Actually, a lot of those, earlier hunter-gatherer bands were relatively egalitarian. I mean, not perfectly so. They had lots of problems, but that there are many cases of human societies that seem to have organised themselves in more or less non-hierarchical lines, and that's something that I think is worth promoting. That's something that I value. So I like anarchism, and I would like to explore it more when I have a bit more time. I hope to do more videos on it and explore it a bit more. Okay, do I believe in tables? Yes. Why? Because nobody has ever given me any reason not to believe in tables, right? Why would we doubt tables? I mean, there are, I suppose, philosophical arguments for doubting tables, but none that I find convincing. There's nothing irrational, in my view, about like relying on one's previous opinion. So we come into the world with a certain set of views, with a certain set of opinions and a certain set of views about methods for improving those opinions. Inquiry has to start somewhere, and it might as well start with what we think we know, right? We start with what we think we know, and then we try to improve it. And there's just no particular reason to doubt the existence of tables, or like nobody. The skeptical arguments against the existence of tables would generalize to pretty much all of the everyday objects that surround us, and like I say, I don't find those arguments convincing. I suppose also, somebody might propose alternative schemes for organising things in the world. Maybe there are good reasons to think that the classification table should be done away with, that there's a better scheme available for organising our everyday experiences. And I suppose if you're doing something like physics or chemistry, then you're not going to use the concept table, at least not in the construction of physical or chemical theories. But there's more to life than physics and chemistry. Table may not be a useful classification in those concepts, but it is in everyday life. So I'm pretty happy to believe in tables. Okay, Absupinhere. What constitutes an explanation? Does the answer to this vary according to context? I don't think there's going to be any general answer to that question. So yes, it does vary according to context. But you actually further ask, does the answer vary according to context, brackets, science versus logic, etc. I think even if you just restrict yourself to, say, science, you're going to find a host of different kinds of explanation, and there isn't going to be any general answer to what constitutes an explanation. At least there's not going to be a general answer that's, deeply informative, right? So if somebody asks me, what is an explanation? I'd probably just say something like, well, it's an answer to a why question. And that's pretty much it, right? Somebody requests some information, and then the information is provided. That's the explanation. And I just don't think there's going to be anything more substantive to say. And when we look at the varieties of explanations that we give, it seems unlikely to me that we're going to find some underlying unity. So, some explanations will involve subsumption under laws, right? So if, for instance, you want to explain the motions of the planets, you might explain that by appealing to Newton's laws, right? And then showing how those motions follow from Newton's laws in conjunction with certain initial conditions or certain assumptions about, the distribution of mass or whatever. Some explanations cite causes, right? We can explain how AIDS arises by the interaction of the HIV virus with T cells, or like how HIV causes the reduction in T cells, and then that causes infections to spread unchecked, and so on, right? Sometimes explanations will cite structural and material properties of objects. So like we can explain the colour of emeralds by citing the crystal structure and the chemical composition of the emerald. Sometimes explanations will cite mathematical constraints. So there's a nice example from Mark Lang. Why did Verity fail to divide all her strawberries equally between her children without cutting them? Without cutting the strawberries, I mean. Not without cutting the children. But presumably she didn't cut the children either. But let's say again, right, why did Verity fail to divide all her strawberries equally between her two children without cutting the strawberries? Because she had 27 strawberries, right? So now this is an explanation appealing to some general constraint, some mathematical constraint. 27 can't be evenly divided by 2. Some explanations will cite possible but non-actual histories. So when biologists, for instance, appeal to evolutionarily stable strategies, they show how different initial conditions will lead to the same equilibrium. And then there's going to be many other kinds of explanations as well. Okay, so there's all of this stuff, right? Subsumption under laws, causes, mathematical constraints, structural properties, possible but non-actual histories. I mean, maybe there is some underlying unity to this, but I don't see why we should think that there is. And I'm not sure even why it matters, like what the motivation is for trying to find some sort of underlying unity here. I mean, it almost seems as though we just have this word in our language, explanation, and then we're just assuming that it's this one thing, and that it's really important for us to figure out what this one thing is. But why? Maybe there's just lots of different kinds of explanations, and that's it, right? So yeah, it's worth exploring the different kinds of explanations that there are, but I don't think that there's a general informative answer to what constitutes an explanation. Al Couz asks, is there something that you are really confident is true? Well, I suppose so, right? I mean, there has to be. I suppose there are some things that I just take for granted, that I don't really doubt, at least on an everyday basis. But I'm very much a fallibilist. I mean, I think that you can find ways to doubt pretty much everything. Sometimes it may be more or less direct, right? So, for instance, the fact that I'm currently undergoing a conscious experience, that proposition, I am currently undergoing a conscious experience. It's okay. What could lead me to think that that's not true, right? I mean, that's not at all obvious. It's not at all obvious what specific problem there is with that particular proposition, but there are general reasons to think that any proposition is in principle, right, open to doubt. Even propositions that seem where you can't currently see where the doubt could come from, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I would consider myself a fallibilist. There are some things that I am very confident about. I mean, I am very confident that I'm currently conscious, but who knows, right? I mean, actually, even in that case, Well, when I say that I am currently conscious, maybe that term I is assuming a concept of self that doesn't really have an application. Maybe we don't really have selves in any substantive sense. Maybe consciousness, again, well, there are some philosophers who've raised some concerns about that concept. So, even in that case, actually, I can think of ways to doubt it. Do you think that the current generation has moral duties towards future generations? Well, first of all, I think we can't really neatly divide generations, right? So we have moral responsibilities towards people who will be alive in the future, because, well, we have moral responsibilities to people who will be alive now, and many of them will be alive in the future. The vast majority of us care about at least some people who are younger than us, and we know that those people younger than us will have kids and so on. And so insofar as we care about, insofar as I care about somebody who's 1 year old today, and I think, okay, they're going to have a kid, maybe there's a way of getting moral duties out of that. But if you're talking about 500 years in the future, honestly, I don't give a shit. I don't care about that. And so, yeah, I guess I would say that there are no moral duties in that sense. But I also don't think it matters, because in practice, right, when we think about the problems that lead people to think about these sorts of questions, right, it's problems like climate change, environmental degradation, which is affecting us today. Okay, it's going to be affecting the world 500 years from now even worse, at least if we continue on the path we're on. But it's still affecting us today. There's still good reason to act on it. If we could, I don't know, if there was some technology that solved climate change today, but that would lead to serious problems in 500 years, I would absolutely use it. So, yeah, I don't care about the distant future. What are your thoughts on the question, is math discovered or invented? Well, I'm an empiricist. I tend towards the invented side, but I'm not deeply familiar with philosophy of mathematics. I can say that, look, part of the reason why I tend towards the invented side is that what's going on with people who are more realist, people who take it to be discovered. We're trying, we have this practice, we have this discourse of mathematics, and it's extremely successful, right? And it looks like what a lot of people want to do is, they try to explain that success by postulating some realm of facts of which mathematical propositions are true. So, the success of the discourse is secured because it's tracking the truth. I think that this fails on its own terms as an explanation, because I can't see how we would have access to such facts. This is especially a problem when you look at, say, mathematical Platonism or something like that, where we're literally postulating a kind of third realm of entity, like an abstract realm, an alternative abstract realm of entities that are non-causal, non-spatiotemporal. Just by definition, right, we do not have any interaction with those entities. So it's very hard to see how that can function as an explanation of the success of our practice, right, when we're taking our practice as being describing these entities. Now, there are some views in philosophy of mathematics that kind of locate mathematical facts more in the world. I guess structuralist views might do that. But, I guess my feeling here is there are so many branches of mathematics that I'm skeptical that this can work in general. So, if you talk about, say, geometry or basic arithmetic, then I can see how you might think that these mathematical facts are built into the world, right? There are geometrical facts, or if I have two hands, so there's facts about my hands instantiate the numbers or something like that. But then what about, I don't know, negative numbers or imaginary numbers? That seems clearly like a process of construction. So we started out, go back thousands of years, we start out describing the world, and we find that it's useful to abstract. And so, I say, here's a hand, right? And then okay, it's useful to start counting, to say like 2 hands, right? Just as I have, 2 hands, I have 10 fingers, right? Rather than having to say like, this is a finger, this is a finger, this is a finger, this is I have 10 fingers, right? So we've got this useful abstraction that has been made. And then we just build on that, and we start constructing the further systems on the basis of that. And that's something we're doing. I guess that's the line that I find intuitive, right? Like, yeah, ultimately mathematics is something constructed by us. But as I said, this is not a field that I'm really that familiar with. I don't do mathematics. I'm not an expert on this. Alessandro Vigano. If there was one philosophical topic that you could choose to be made mandatory in all schools, which one would that be? This is very difficult to answer, partly because I think that a lot of the value in philosophy comes from covering a broad range of areas. So, we have in philosophy, we can develop these tools for thinking, these tools for answering problems, or for philosophy gives us ways of thinking about problems. But I think that it's only when you do it. It's only when you apply these tools in lots of different contexts that you really start to gain the benefits from them. So you can think philosophically about so many different things, and I'm not sure what the benefit would be of choosing one philosophical topic and just teaching that, because I think that in that case you might learn a lot about that specific topic, but you wouldn't really learn anything about philosophy. You wouldn't gain the benefits of improvements in critical thinking, or at least you wouldn't. So here's the thing, right? Philosophy will give you a whole set of tools for thinking about problems, but in order to know how to use any kind of tool, you have to apply it in lots of different contexts. And so that's what would be missing if you were to just give people one philosophical topic. If you asked people to, I don't know, just talk about whether or not God exists and debate the existence of God. So I really don't know how to answer that question. I'm not sure that there is a particular, that one philosophical topic that I would want to be made mandatory. Amir Caspian asks, what's your purpose in life? Or any person. I assume you mean, or any person's purpose. Well, I would say that I don't have a purpose in life, and I think it's bizarre that some people feel that talking about the purpose of life is important or worthwhile or even coherent. I mean, I just don't even know what that would be. I struggle to imagine what purpose of life or purpose in life is even supposed to mean. So there are purposes behind specific activities, right? There's lots of things I do, and I do them for various reasons, and there's a purpose to them. I mean, pretty much everything I do, right? There's some purpose. But the idea that, right, we can kind of then talk about life itself, my whole life as having some purpose, is very strange to me. And even if it did have a purpose, why should I care about that? Okay, here's an example. Suppose that there really is a God, and suppose that he made humanity for some reason, right? And he wants us to do certain things. Well, in that case, okay, maybe there's a purpose to life, right? Maybe there's a purpose to my life. That purpose just reduces to what it is that God wants me to do, right? But I mean, in that case, why? I mean, so I want to ask, okay, but why should I care what he wants me to do? I mean, maybe he's going to send me to hell if I don't do what he wants me to do. So that would give me a good practical reason for doing what he wants me to do. But let's assume that there's no, there's not going to be any punishment or anything like that, right? Nothing that I do in life will have any effect on what happens to me after death. So just remove the practical issues, right? So God has set a purpose for my life. Right, and there's no consequence, no practical consequence from me just ignoring that. Okay, so again, why should I care that that's my purpose? Why should I just do what I want to do? Right? I mean, the fact that God wants me to do something in my life, why would that be any different to, say, some random person on the street wanting me to do particular things? Indeed, yeah, I think that the idea of like a purpose in life, it's kind of, to me, it's like the idea that we should care about that or follow that. It seems to come from this idea that we want our lives to be directed by some external authority. But I think that would be awful. I want to forge my own path. So, yeah. Amos Wollen. Can you try doing an impression of Peter van Inwagen? No. I'm not going to do that. I did actually take a quick look at videos of Peter van Inwagen, but honestly, he doesn't look like the kind of person who you could easily do impressions of. At least not me, anyway. So I can't help you there. Andrew Martinez. If you could have any career outside of philosophy, what would it be? Well, I don't know, but this is a very relevant question for me, because I'm going to be finding out in like a month when my funding runs out and my PhD is done, and it really doesn't look like I'm going to be getting a career inside of philosophy. So yeah. Well, actually, you said if you could have any career. So if I could do anything I want. I don't know, man. Well, hey, actually, no, I do know. You know what would be cool is if I could just make enough money on YouTube that I don't have to do anything else. That way, I could continue doing philosophy, but it wouldn't be within an academic institution. I could continue doing something I love, and I get paid for it. So maybe that would make sense as a career outside of philosophy. Although that wouldn't really be outside of philosophy, because I'd still be doing philosophy. So, okay. Arka Mukhoty, I hope I've pronounced that right. Please suggest some introductory books on philosophy of science. Well, for general philosophy of science, I used Peter Godfrey Smith's Theory and Reality. I think that's a perfectly fine introduction. What else? I think I also read James Ladyman's Understanding Philosophy of Science, but I can't remember what I thought of it. So, yeah, no comment on that one. But I started, when I was studying philosophy of science, initially I read the Godfrey Smith book. Also, in terms of like essay collections, the Kurd, Cover and Pincock book, Philosophy of Science, The Central Issues, I think is a brilliant collection. It is, I think, quite pricey, but you might be able to find earlier editions that are, a bit cheaper. Also, one of my favourite philosophy of science books, and this was written as an introduction, is Ian Hacking's Representing and Intervening. It's a bit more dated now. It was written in 1983, so yeah, it is dated, but it's still brilliant. Hacking, and it's still brilliant in an important way, which is that Hacking presents a kind of more practice-oriented approach, right? Like a lot of philosophers of science were very concerned about theory, scientific theories, and that's what philosophy of science was organised around. And even today, when you do a philosophy of science course, at least an introductory philosophy of science course, it's going to be very theory-oriented. At least it was for me, and I believe that's the case in most other institutions. When you're just introducing philosophy of science, it tends to be theory-oriented, just because that was how philosophy of science was over the 20th century. But Hacking focuses a lot more on practice and experiment, and so it's really useful for presenting an alternative view. It's also really entertaining. Hacking is one of the most entertaining philosophers to read, I think. So those are some good books. Number 2, what are the must-read books for a student of analytic philosophy? The answer to this is probably quite boring, but it's the true answer. The must-read books are going to be introductions, right, that were specifically written to be introductions. So in the case of analytic philosophy, well, I would say, so the must-read books would be something like William Lycan's Introduction to Philosophy of Language. And the reason why I choose the Introduction to Philosophy of Language is just because analytic philosophy was basically philosophy of language. Like philosophy of language was, really central to a lot of analytic philosophy, at least over the 20th century. So you want to pick up an introduction to philosophy of language. I mean, the thing is that, like, okay, so outside of introductions, I guess, you can talk about, I don't know, Ayer's Language, Truth and Logic, Quine's Two Dogmas of well, that's not a book, actually, but still, Quine's Two Dogmas of Empiricism is a very important article. Kripke's Naming and Necessity. But the thing is that if you go to those books, if you read them blind, as it were, if you read them without having previously read some introductory material, they're probably not going to make sense, and you're probably not going to know why those authors are talking about what they're talking about, right? Like if you just pick up Kripke's Naming and Necessity without any background knowledge of analytic philosophy, I don't think you're really going to understand what he's doing. You're not going to understand why he's making the arguments he is. Because, I mean, look, philosophy is one long conversation. We are every philosopher that writes a book or an article is responding to a conversation that's been taking place for decades or centuries beforehand, and they very often will not bother filling in the details because, if they're writing for other professional philosophers, they assume that their readers know the relevant background. So pick up an introductory book because the introduction will give you the relevant background. I would say that's the must read. What is your take on pragmatism? Is it possible to be an instrumentalist without being a pragmatist? So here's what I like about pragmatism. I like the pragmatist's response to skepticism. The skeptic goes wrong in demanding a general justification for all knowledge, right? Or like all knowledge of the external world, right? So the skeptic will kind of come up with arguments that sort of attempt to show we're just not justified in having any beliefs about the external world or something like that, right? I like how the pragmatist responds to those kinds of arguments by saying, well, inquiry has to start somewhere, right? What we actually do and what we should do is focus on specific problems, right? So there's a specific set of beliefs that we might want to subject to critique while taking other things for granted for the purposes of that inquiry. And then, I subject these beliefs to critique, taking these beliefs for granted, and then I can subject these beliefs to critique, taking some other beliefs for granted, and then I subject those beliefs to critique. But doubts and criticism are always going to be based on other propositions that we're taking for granted. And there's that nice analogy by, I think it's from Otto Neurath, where he's like, knowledge is like, we're out at sea on a raft, and maybe it's springing some leaks in various places, and we repair the leaks or we make the raft better while we're at sea. But ultimately, like, we're not kind of building up from solid foundations. We're at sea and we have this slightly janky raft, and we're just kind of repairing it from other things that are already available. We come into the world with various opinions and various ways of thinking about our opinions and ways of improving our opinions, and we just have to take some things for granted. I also like the kind of I guess pragmatist view of knowledge, right? Like, attributions of knowledge are context dependent. There are no contexts in which we need people who can do what the skeptic is asking us to do. So a skeptic of the external world might say, well, if you don't know that you're not a brain in a vat, you don't know that the external world is real. You don't know you're not a brain in a vat, so you don't know the external world is real, right? So, okay, the thing is that there are no contexts in which we need people who can distinguish brain in a vat scenarios from non-brain in a vat scenarios, which is unsurprising because there are no such people, because you can't do that, right? You can't distinguish being a brain in a vat from just being in the real world, right? That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the skeptic's argument. So there are no people who can distinguish those scenarios, and as a result of that, we have not organised society in such a way as to rely on them. On the other hand, we often need people who can distinguish, say, cancerous from non-cancerous moles, right? When When somebody is a reliable source of information about cancer, we can rely on their expertise. Well, what more do you want? What more do you need? What more is needed in order to say that they know various things about cancer? And I think that kind of question is at the heart of pragmatism, right? It's like, the question is, what more do you really want? What more do you really need? If you say that in order to know that a mole is cancerous, I must rule out brain in a vat scenarios, well, like, why, right? What we end up with is a concept of knowledge that is worthless to us. So let's say I have a mole on my hand, right? And I've been told by various doctors that it's cancerous. So I say, okay, I know that I have cancer. Now the skeptic will say, well, you don't know that because you don't know that you have hands, because actually you don't know that you're not a brain in a vat. But like, I mean, again, I can never distinguish whether or not I'm a brain in a vat. There are things that I can do to tell whether or not the mole is cancerous. So again, it's, I like that sort of focus on asking, what is it that we really want out of these concepts like knowledge, and what's the practical utility of them? That's all very, very good. The big problem that I have with pragmatism is pragmatists, I think, try to obscure the connection between success and truth, right? Like, I think that I said the wrong thing there. They don't want to obscure the connection. They want to obscure the distinction, right? There is a distinction between success and truth, right? I want to say that there are lots of successful but false theories. And it seems like in pragmatism, that distinction is obscured. That, like, truth just is a matter of success. So that's where I have the big disagreement with them. But there's a lot of aspects of pragmatism that I like. Okay, Azarine asks, I'm a 17-year-old student finishing high school in 2022, and I'm very interested in philosophy and theology. However, I'm not sure if it's worth going into for university. Career options are limited, and I'm not sure the time and money is justifiable. Would you be able to recommend what you would do in my situation? Is it worth it? What goals to have? Career recommendations, perhaps, etc. I don't like answering these kinds of questions because, I mean, I'm not qualified to give people advice about what to do for their careers and stuff. I'm really not the person to ask. But look, I can say that my personal take on this, what I would do is I would only go into philosophy if I really loved it. Now, as it happens, I do really love it. So that's why I did it, because I absolutely love it. And also, not only do I absolutely love it, but by the time I got to my master's and PhD, I was able to get funding. So money was no issue. But look, as a career choice, right? Like, if you're thinking ahead and you're like, okay, what would be the best degree to do in order to get a career? I'm not sure philosophy would be a good idea. On the other hand, I mean, simply having any degree is generally helpful, right? Like, having a degree will help improve career opportunities. So it's not like a philosophy degree would be a waste of time. Also, if you go to university, I mean, you could do some sort of combined thing, right? Like, you could... Lots of people that I knew were doing philosophy in combination with something else, like, law and philosophy, or philosophy, politics, and economics, PPE. Or physics and philosophy, so you could consider something like that. I just said that I wasn't going to give career recommendations, but it sounds like I am doing that. But please don't listen to me. Talk to somebody who is actually qualified to give this kind of advice. Ben.14p says, Determinism is cringe. This isn't a question, it's a statement. Attributing modal properties to the world in general is cringe. Thinking of modal statements as providing true descriptions of properties in the world, instead of as being useful instruments for, like planning and organising behaviour and so on, is cringe. Okay, necessity, contingency, possibility, causality, these are features of our models, not features of the world itself. So yes, determinism is cringe, but so is indeterminism. The world just is the way it is. It's neither necessitated nor possible. It is neither deterministic nor indeterministic. And of course we develop deterministic or indeterministic theories of the world, but it's a mistake to project the modal features of our models onto the world itself. That is cringe to do that. So, you know, I agree with you, but I feel like you didn't really go far enough. Bilbo Swaggins, have you ever read any Continental philosophy? Well, yes, I've read a little bit. I even taught a little bit. I had to teach Sartre, for instance, and I'm pretty sure he's Continental. But I don't like it, and I don't even remember it at this point, to be honest. I didn't enjoy it, and I try to avoid it. So, well, you asked a very simple question, so there's a very simple answer. Blank name, what do you think about free will? My own inclination is to be compatibilist, right? So what I'm going to say is something like this. There are certain capacities that we have that make a difference to us and that distinguish us from various other entities, that distinguish us from like inanimate objects and even from other animals. So these capacities will be things like the ability to consider our decisions, the ability to project into the future different outcomes, right? So like let's say we're thinking of an action we might make, we can then imagine different future states resulting from that action versus other actions, right? And then like weigh them up. We have the ability to reflect on our actions. We have the ability to consider various reasons for our actions. We have the ability to act on second order desires. So I have the desire to eat chocolate cake, but I also have the desire to be healthy. And, you know, I know that chocolate cake would make me unhealthy. So actually I also desire not to desire chocolate cake. And what that means is that, you know, I can kind of, first of all, overrule my desire for chocolate cake. So I have the desire for chocolate cake, but then I think, no, I want to be healthy. I will not eat the chocolate cake. And moreover, I can then also maybe push myself to have different desires, right? Like, so I desire to be healthy, so I can think, let's explore healthy food, right? Let's, you know, cut out sugar. And maybe I will get to a point where I won't desire chocolate cake so much, etc., right? We can do all of these things. And I think that free will just consists in the combination of all of these capacities, right? Like all of these things, that's just what free will is. And I mean, that's compatibilist. None of this requires that the world is indeterministic. So I say that my own inclination is towards compatibilism, but I'm not strongly wedded to this. So the alternative that I find also reasonably plausible is just to say that free will is incoherent. So it seems like that what's motivating people when they talk about free will is this idea of like control over one's own actions. And I think there are ways of making sense of this. I mean, everything I've just said about all these capacities we have, that's a way of making sense of the idea of having control over one's own actions. But what seems to undermine the idea of control over one's own actions is the fact that we can always find prior states that bring about whatever decisions we make, right? So like, you know, when I make the decision to, I don't know, eat the chocolate cake, right? Or when I make the decision to overrule my desire to eat the chocolate cake, right? Either way, the idea is, well, we're going to be able to find prior states of the universe that we certainly had no control over, right? That led to that decision. And maybe those states are determined from, you know, from the Big Bang, or maybe like so humans are like kind of cogs in a big machine, or maybe those states, those prior states are literally just like random movements of particles. You know, maybe there's like something in my brain, a random movement of a particle in my brain that leads me to making the decision. Whatever. either way, these are things we have no control over that ultimately lead to our decisions. So really, we don't have any actual control. There isn't really any free will. And indeed, free will is just incoherent, because there is no way of imagining a world in which we did have free will. Like, whether the world is deterministic or indeterministic, there is no way that a person can literally be the cause of themselves. I think that's the issue, right? Like, it doesn't matter how you imagine the world, right? There's not going to be any circumstance in which you are literally the cause of your own decisions. Your decisions are going to be caused, they're either going to be caused by something else, or they're just going to be uncaused. And so that I think is fine as well, right? Like, I mean, either way, I would say that I find the question of determinism and indeterminism to be irrelevant to the problem of free will. If there is a coherent concept here, it's compatibilist. But maybe there isn't. So that's what I think. Booklearn also asks about free will. I'm considering writing something on the topic of free will, so I have I've answered that. You ask, be interested to hear my thoughts about it. So there you go. I have already answered in the previous response. BubblePuppy, as a philosopher of science, do you study any science/maths directly, like as scientists and mathematicians do? If so, which topics and how deep do you go? Well, obviously, I try to keep up with the sciences, mostly biology and astronomy. Those are the ones I'm mostly interested in. But I've never done a degree, not even a course. Like, going to university, it was all philosophy. Undergraduate philosophy, masters in philosophy, and now coming to the end of a philosophy PhD. And it was all philosophy. I didn't do any other courses. So the answer is no. I don't have formal training in those fields, at least not beyond what you get at school. And that is something that sometimes troubles me, but I think it doesn't. So look, there are different kinds of philosophy of science. Now, some philosophy of science is very practice oriented and focuses on like there's some kinds of philosophy of science focus on making philosophical contributions to scientific problems, right? So it's like philosophers will try to work with scientists on the solution of particular scientific problems. So if you think about, say, questions about biodiversity in biology, like what is biodiversity? Well, there are philosophers talking about that problem as well, or debates about adaptationism, right? Again, in biology, right? That's something biologists talk about. It's a problem for biology, but it's also something philosophers talk about. And here, it looks like you do need quite deep expertise in those fields in order to make at least a new contribution. I mean, I actually do have videos on, well, at least adaptationism. So, you know, I've presented the material to the public, but, you know, I'm not working in the cutting edge of those fields. I think if you're working in the cutting edge of that kind of stuff, then, yeah, you need to have some training in the relevant sciences. So if your interest in philosophy of science is applying philosophy to scientific problems, I think you have to have the scientific training, and I don't. But there's a lot more to philosophy of science than that, right? There are many debates in philosophy of science that are philosophical, right? Where it's like, so, I don't know, the realism, anti-realism debate, for instance, or questions about laws of nature. In this case, we're dealing with philosophical problems of metaphysics and epistemology and so on. And that's, I think, somewhat divorced from the details of any specific science. So you don't need to have like a very deep knowledge of the specific details of biology to engage in those debates, at least not necessarily. So that's my, I guess, excuse for, you know, being a philosopher of science who also has not actually done like a biology or a physics or whatever degree. Cardiff Golshberg, what do you think about the ideas of Charles Sanders Peirce? Have you read his thoughts on philosophy of science / logic / mathematics? Nope, I haven't. So I know he's an important philosopher, but I actually haven't read him. So that's all I can say. Chitransh Srivastav asks, give your views on the transgender issue, about the whole gender thing, and whether you agree with people like Ben Shapiro on the topic or not. Also, please make more philosophy of mathematics videos. Well, with respect to the philosophy of mathematics, that may happen at some point. I'm not sure. I'm not a mathematician, so philosophy of mathematics is not really an area of expertise, but you know, I might get round to it. Okay, as for the transgender issue, well, look, I mean, my basic stance is, I suppose, the kind of standard progressive stance, which is, yeah, I'm fine with the sex-gender distinction, and I think that people can change their gender. You know, if somebody who has lived as a man says that they're a woman, or vice versa, I'm fine going along with that. I mean, like, getting into it in a bit more detail, I do think that the sex-gender distinction is problematic in various ways, but it's a useful idealization. So, you know, the problems are kind of technical issues. Like, the way that people tend to conceive of this is they'll say things like, you know, sex is biology, gender is culture. But, like, there really isn't a strict distinction to be drawn between those two things. You know, the idea that, I don't know, like you're kind of born with a particular sex, and the sex is the biological properties, and then, you know, the gender is about the social roles, yeah, the behaviours and so on. I mean, again, that's fine as an idealization, but the distinction between innate and acquired properties, the distinction between nature and nurture, is not really one that can be made coherent, at least in my opinion. And I mean, we do know as well that gender norms will affect what we often think of as being straightforwardly biological properties in various ways. So you can look at how I remember reading something about how, like, skeletons, if you look at like skeletons over time, you find corsets were affecting like women's rib cages, right? So, you know, the rib cage obviously is a biological property, but that's affected by the cultural norms of the day. So yeah. Additionally, I don't think that there's like a kind of clear definition of biological sex in the first place. So there are various ways of defining it. You can define it in terms of chromosomes, or you can define it in terms of reproductive anatomy, or you can define it in terms of the types of gametes that an organism produces. And all of these definitions are useful in various different contexts. But, you know, there isn't a kind of single clear definition of this. So I think that, you know, we can classify people in all sorts of different ways. And we need to make some sort of distinction between men and women. And actually, there are loads of different ways of making that distinction. I mean, I guess that's the thing. Like, the distinction between men and women can be drawn in many, many different ways. And when we talk about the distinction between sex and gender, we're kind of abstracting from those many, many ways of drawing the distinction and assuming that there's just two ways of drawing the distinction. We can draw it in terms of sex, or we can draw it in terms of gender. I think there are a whole bunch of different ways of drawing that, and those different ways of drawing it will sort people differently, because, you know, somebody. So if you take sex, right, and you're defining it in terms of chromosomes, well, there are some people with XY chromosomes who have vaginas. So I mean, like, they are born with vaginas, because you can have XY chromosomes, but then if there's a gene, there's something called, I think it's the SYR gene, or it might be SRY gene, and if that is deactivated for whatever reason, then you won't develop testes. You'll literally just be born with a vagina, but you'll have XY chromosomes. So, okay, you know, if you draw the sex distinction in terms of chromosomes, you get one way of sorting people. If you draw it in terms of reproductive anatomy, you get another way of sorting people. So my point is, there's various different ways of drawing distinctions. The sex-gender distinction is a useful idealization, though, because, yeah, you know, we can talk about, like, biological properties, and we can talk about the characteristics that arise because of, you know, culture and because of the social role and all of that. Yeah, and if somebody who was once classified as a man decides that they, you know, want to change their behaviour and they want people to use she, her pronouns and all of that, I have no problem with that. So you ask whether I agree with people like Ben Shapiro on the topic. Well, I suppose it should be obvious from what I've already said that I don't. But just to, I mean, I don't actually pay much attention to what Ben Shapiro says. I might be mistaken about what his views are, but the standard conservative view that I've encountered, and I think Ben Shapiro holds at least something like this, is that, I mean, first of all, the claim will be that the idea that people can be transgender is, it contradicts science, right? Like, scientific fact shows that this is wrong. Facts don't care about your feelings, says the man who is literally wearing a yarmulke because he thinks that the world was made by God. Okay, but yes, that's the kind of line, right? Like the idea of transgender, that people can transition their gender, is contradicting scientific fact. That the claim will be that there is no sex-gender distinction, really. That gender is just determined by sex. So, you know, like whatever sex you're born with, right? That is your gender, and that's just unchanging. And moreover, there are only two genders. I should point. So first thing to point out is that the combination of these views is very easily refuted, right? So claim number one, right? There is no sex-gender distinction. Claim number two, there are only two genders. That's clearly false. You cannot hold both views. That's easily refuted because of intersex people. Now, I have spoken to a lot of people who've defended both of these views, and when I point out intersex people, they always say the same thing, which is that, well, intersex people are really, really rare, right? There aren't that many of them. I find this to be an incomprehensibly stupid response, especially given the other claim that, like, it's transgender people who are ignoring scientific fact. Because in science, rare events can be of very great importance. So consider something like neutrino detection. Neutrinos, when you build a neutrino detector, you will have trillions and trillions of neutrinos passing through that detector unnoticed, right? Like, for every one neutrino that interacts with the detector, there's going to be like trillions that just go straight through it. In fact, I think that in order to detect, so in order to stop an average neutrino, you would need a lump of lead a light year thick, right? So these neutrino interactions are extremely rare, but they are of great scientific importance. Even if there was only one intersex person in all of human history, that would still refute the combination of these two claims, right? That there is no sex-gender distinction and that there are only two genders. If you want to hold that there are only two genders, there has to be a sex-gender distinction because we apply gender to intersex people. On the other hand, if you want to say that there's no sex-gender distinction, you're going to have to accept that gender is a spectrum, or at least that there are non-binary people. So, yeah, in any case, I would say more generally that gender really isn't like a scientific matter. And in particular, when people claim to be transgender, they're not really making the sort of claims that people like Ben Shapiro think can be scientifically refuted. So let's put it this way, right? Let's say you have somebody who was, born with XX chromosomes and a vagina and produces eggs and all of this, and they grow up as a girl and they're treated as a girl, and then they say, no, I'm now a man, and they change their behavior and they change the sort of actions that they take, and they ask people to interact with them in different ways. They ask people to use he/him pronouns. So what false claims is that person making, right? When that person says, I am a man, what false claims are they making? Well, I mean, clearly they're not claiming that they have XY chromosomes. They're not claiming that they produce sperm, right? That's obviously not what they're saying. When they say, I am a man, they're obviously, right, not claiming to have XY chromosomes. So it's like, okay, what are they claiming? And I mean, there's maybe a debate that we could have about, the nature of gender and all of this, but it seems like, yeah, what they're claiming is they're sort of occupying a different social role or something like that. But certainly, they're not making any claim about their biology in the sense of, chromosomes and gametes and so on. So yeah, I think that like the kind of views that people like Ben Shapiro have are just really stupid. Also, another point on this. Let's assume actually that let's just grant everything that the conservatives want to say about this, right? Grant everything that like okay, there are only two genders. Gender is unchangeable. Gender is determined by sex. So when somebody who is born with XY chromosomes claims to be a woman, they're just saying something false, right? Grant all of that, right? Is that in some way incompatible with science, right? Are they in some sense scientifically illiterate? No, I would say they are not, because there are all kinds of contexts in which we say false things, even in the case of science. In science, we use Newtonian mechanics to send probes to Pluto, but we know that Newtonian mechanics is false. We know that it has been displaced by general relativity, but we still do it. We act as if Newtonian mechanics were true, right? And so when the scientists are working out their equations and so on, they will act as if Newtonian mechanics were true. So even if people like Ben Shapiro were completely correct that it's just false for a transgender woman to say, I am a woman, or for a transgender man to say, I am a man, even if you grant that that's just false, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be doing it, or that that's somehow contradicting the science or whatever, because you can grant that it's false, but then still say, well, we should just act as if it were true, right? We should act as if they were women, and we do that in science all the time. Scientists constantly appeal to idealizations. So yeah, I would say that there are many, many ways in which Ben Shapiro is scientifically illiterate, and one of those ways is that he seems to think that scientists only ever state true claims. He seems to be unaware of the fact that there's all sorts of situations in which scientists will use false models. And so, false models are then going to be judged in terms of their utility. Is there some sort of utility in using a false model of gender and sex? I think the answer to that is obviously yes. So again, I'm just granting the assumption, right, which there is no reason to grant, but let's grant the assumption, right, that gender is determined by sex, there are only two genders, gender is unchangeable. Grant all of that. There is still very good reason to adopt a false model of gender, to adopt a model of gender on which people can change their gender, just as there is very good reason to use Newtonian mechanics in many contexts, even though we know it's false. So, yeah, I think that's the answer. That's the answer to that, I suppose. One thing I suppose I would say. Yeah, no. Actually, I'm done. I think with that. I had a thought, but I'm not sure that I can articulate it very well off the top of my head. So I'm going to move on. Okay, Christopher L asks, are there any papers that caused you to completely change a strongly held belief or opinion? For example, Moral Luck by Thomas Nagel changed my outlook on responsibility and moral judgments. No, I don't think there are. But just generally speaking, I don't think that people tend to change their minds in response to single arguments, right? it's very, very rare that you'll just present an argument to somebody and that will change their mind. At least if you're talking about a strongly held belief or opinion, which is what you asked about. I mean, when somebody holds a belief strongly, if they are at least assuming this person is reflective, then that's going to be something that they have thought a bit about. And it's going to be something that, they've encountered various criticisms of, and they have answered those criticisms. I mean, again, I know that there are going to be lots of people with strong beliefs who haven't thought about them at all. But, if we're talking to other philosophers and they hold some very strong beliefs on philosophical topics, they've probably thought about it a lot, right? So I think just generally speaking, it's going to be pretty rare that they'll read one paper and then change their mind. I mean, I can't think of a case of that happening to me. In any case, I've always been kind of like very doubtful of philosophy, right? Like, philosophy doesn't produce the kind of consensus that you get in other fields. It doesn't kind of converge on truths and facts in the way that say science does. It's not obvious that we really have the tools to answer the questions. And so I do hold various philosophical views, but like I kind of have to grant that. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like I can't really hold them as strongly as some of my more everyday opinions or my everyday beliefs about the world. And then the other side to that is that reading a single article is not going to move me that much, because even if I find it initially persuasive, I'm like I'm aware of the limits of philosophy in general. Like, even if I find it initially persuasive, I worry I might have missed something. I worry there might be some angle that I have not yet uncovered. So, I think, are there any? No, there are no papers that caused me to change any significant opinions, at least no single papers. I have changed my mind about a whole bunch of stuff, but it's a more gradual process. Click. Where have you in the past studied and worked? Well, academically, I'm at the University of Exeter, and that's where I've been for many, many years. I also did private tutoring for a little while, and then outside of philosophy, well, when I was very young, I did this house cleaning job one summer. I don't know how much detail you really want on where I've worked, but the places that stand out to me are, I worked at a radio for a while. I actually had a radio show. It was just a local tin pot radio station. I think it had about 5 listeners. I mean, seriously, I'm not kidding. I think it was probably about 5 listeners. I did a radio show on which I broadcast all sorts of wild experimental avant-garde music. That was what it was about. And one of my proudest moments working on that show was when I was playing something, and the show itself was, you'd broadcast. You had like the broadcast room, and then there was this one other room. It was very, very small. I mean, it was smaller. The whole place was about the size of this room that I'm sitting in right now. So there were 2 rooms, each of which was about half the size of this room. I don't know, actually, maybe it was a bit bigger than that. But anyway, the place you're broadcasting from, and then you had the little bit outside. And outside, they would play whatever was being broadcast. So one of the 5 listeners was whoever was in the other room. And one time, the manager of the radio station walked in and started pressing some buttons, and I asked him what he was doing, and he says, well, the radio's broken, like there's some fault. And there was not some fault. It was the track that I was playing. He thought that the radio had broken somehow or developed some sort of fault, because it was just it was actually from John Lennon, one of John Lennon and Yoko Ono's unfinished music albums. It was called Radio Play, and they literally just had a radio and were like randomly flipping different channels, and there was like it was like going like, and so I was playing that and he thought the radio had fucked up, but that was kind of amusing. I worked in an art gallery for a while, did some lectures on John Cage there. I worked in a library, yeah. So that's some of the stuff I did. Conrado Vasconcelos. What are your thoughts on the hypothesis that many of our central discussions in philosophy are merely verbal disputes? Do you think this is plausible? Yeah, seems plausible enough to me. I've mentioned in response to a previous question my stance on the free will debate. I think that, as I mentioned, you know, I'm attracted to compatibilism, but I also find incoherentist accounts quite plausible. It seems like that might just be a verbal dispute, right? Like the distinction between compatibilism and incoherentism really just comes down to how you want to use the term free will. So maybe that's just verbal, right? But bear in mind, philosophers, like, we're concerned with conceptual issues. So, you know, in some sense, a great majority of our debates are going to be, you know, mere semantics. But the reality, but mere semantics actually can be important, right? Like it matters what concepts we use to organize our thinking. So, you know, I don't necessarily know if it's a problem, right, that most of what we do, or at least a great deal of what we do, is mere semantics. I think it's actually worthwhile to think about what concepts we're using and then subject those concepts to critique. How important is the notion of philosophical progress to you? Should it matter to philosophers? Well, I want to ask, progress by what standard exactly? So, okay, to say that something is progressing, we have to specify a standard against which we're judging it. So I guess the question is really, right, so whenever somebody talks about progress, we have to ask what the standard is that they're evaluating the progress against, they're evaluating change against. So, and then you can ask, is that a useful standard of evaluation? So, you know, one standard that I think a lot of people will use when asking about philosophical progress is achieving consensus. Because, you know, I mean, that's sort of what we find in, like, the sciences. It seems like in science we have this process where scientists will achieve consensus on a particular thing and then they build on that consensus. Like, they all achieve a consensus that, you know, genes are composed of DNA, right? And then they will build on that. They can start analyzing DNA, right? And then they achieve a consensus on that. They achieve a consensus on the structure of DNA. And then they analyze how DNA interacts with various other molecules. And they maybe talk about processes like DNA methylation. And they achieve a consensus on that. And so there's this, they build up the knowledge and they build up consensus. So that's one standard, right? Maybe that's what counts as progress. Does that matter to me? I mean, so wait a minute. How important is the notion of philosophical progress? If that is the notion of progress that we're using, I would say it's not that important to me. I don't really care whether people agree with me. Indeed, I think there's great value in exploring alternative ideas, at least in the context of philosophical problems. In the case of something like science, it's different. But in the context of philosophy, I think there's a great value in proliferating alternative ideas, exploring conceptual space. So, yeah, in that sense of progress, I don't think it really matters so much. And I don't think it's something that philosophy really achieves, at least not that often. So, yeah, but I mean, again, it depends on what the standard is that you're using, right? As I say, maybe you have some other conception of philosophical progress, in which case I might have a different response. You have talked about your positions with regard to the meaning of moral statements before, but what is your position with regard to the meaning of religious statements? I find it very hard to see how religious statements could be anything other than straightforward descriptions. Maybe there are some academics who look at it otherwise, but that seems very divorced from what the average religious person means. I mean, when they talk about God and heaven and the afterlife, when they talk about what it is that God is commanding us to do, it seems to me that they're just describing facts in the world. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, everything, like when they give arguments about that, right? Like when an atheist challenges the theist, the responses that the theist gives seems to indicate that, yeah, they are taking this as a descriptive statement when they say that, God exists, or that they're praying to God, or, God has answered their prayers. When people, for example, think that prayer can help promote healing, right? It looks like that is just a straightforward claim. It looks like that's the same kind of thing as saying that, I don't know, chemotherapy can help heal cancer. So, okay, let's say somebody's got cancer, and there's somebody who is going to pray for their recovery because they and they say, when you ask them, why are you doing this, they say, because they think that, like, well, God will help them, God will heal them, right? Maybe God will answer my prayer. That seems like the same sort of thing as saying that chemotherapy can help their recovery. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would just be intuitively a cognitivist about this. It's not something I've thought about that much because I don't think about philosophy of religion that much. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't see any good reason to take them otherwise than at face value. I suppose maybe one challenge would be something like this. A lot of religious people believe in heaven. They believe there's life after death. They believe their loved ones will go to heaven. They believe they'll see their loved ones again after death. So why then do you care when your loved ones die? In fact, shouldn't you be really happy when they die? Because when somebody dies, they've gone to heaven, right? Like, that's massively improved their standard of living. I mean, at least given the standard conceptions of heaven, right? They've gone to paradise. If you really believed that, if you really believed there was an afterlife, why would you be afraid of death, and why would you be sad when people die? It would be joyous when people die. I mean, okay, maybe you're not going to see them again for a while. Like my mum, when she died, all right, I'm not going to see her again for another 50 years or however long it will be. I don't know, 50 years? Is that optimistic? No, I'd be 80. I think I can make it to 80. So, okay, I'm not going to see my mum again for another 50 years, but I'm going to see her again. So it shouldn't really be a big deal that she died, right? But actually, what you find is that religious people seem to be just as negatively affected by death as everyone else. And so you might wonder if they're genuine beliefs, right? When they talk about the afterlife and so on, is that genuinely a belief that doesn't seem to cohere with your other reactions and behaviours? But that's one way I can see of maybe undermining a cognitivist analysis of religious statements. Which position on the a priori, a posteriori, weak, strong spectrum of anarchism do you sympathise with the most? Well, I guess I'd be inclined to a priori, insofar as I think nobody has any duty to obey the state nobody has any duty to obey the state just in virtue of the fact it's a state, no matter how the state is constituted. Of course, in principle, the state might issue commands that we should, if the state says, don't set babies on fire, fine, yeah, you shouldn't do that, right? But the reason why you shouldn't do it has nothing to do with the fact that order is being issued by a state. Moreover, the sort of fundamental problem I have, I think, is with the hierarchical authority structure, with power concentrated at the top. Even if we were talking about a situation where everybody consents to everything the state is doing, I think I would still have a problem with the state. Because number one, I just object to that sort of authority structure, to something that has a monopoly on force issuing commands to people. And number two, of course, it's always possible that some other person might arise who doesn't consent to it. And just more generally, there's not a duty to obey it just in virtue of the fact that it's a state. As for the weak, strong point, well, look, in practice, I mean, I'm not really doing anything to resist anything that I have a problem with. But no, I would consider myself more inclined to the strong side, because yeah, I think we should resist the state, and like it does bother me a bit that I basically do nothing to, like, I never go to protests, and I'm not going to. I do nothing to resist any of the like institutions that I have a problem with. I'm not an activist, and that does bother me. I kind of think I should be, and it's worth promoting. I think it's worth encouraging people to resist these institutions. Right, Darcy 1. Long question here. My question is about the burden of proof. Let's compare two claims. One, that a deity who is the creator of the universe exists without attributing any more qualities or properties other than being the creator of the universe. And the other claim that could be any silly claim, like that I have a sixth invisible, unobservable finger in each of my hands, or Russell's pot. Obviously, the latter claim is not supported by any evidence, but also it can't be proven false, I suppose. Yet I'd say I'm justified to believe that it's false. When I compare this with the first claim, I find myself inclined to consider the two claims to be different. I should say that I personally don't think that there is a strong evidence such that a deity does or doesn't exist, and thus I consider myself to be agnostic about it. But in contrast to Russell's pot, what stops me from believing that the claim that a deity exists is false is that there is a reason to consider the existence of such a deity, namely that the universe exists, and therefore that there is a possibility that it has a creator. On the other hand, there is no reason that would make me consider the existence of Russell's pot to begin with, and thus I find it reasonable to be agnostic about deism, but not about other claims like Russell's pot that don't have a reason, that opens up a possibility for them to be considered, despite my belief that neither claims have any strong evidence for or against them. What do you think? I made a couple of notes on this, so because it's quite a long thing. So, first of all, I disagree with you. I think that there are good reasons to believe that you don't have an invisible finger. So insofar as we have reasons to like accept just various general claims about how biology works and how humans arose, we have, like, if we have reasons to accept the claim that humans are products of evolution, and we have I know reasons to accept claims about the structure of the human body, and that, like, those are reasons not to believe in an invisible finger. At the time Russell was writing, I would similarly say there were good reasons to believe there was no such pot. Why? Well, because, like, we know how pots are made, we know what pots are, and we know how we can move things from one place to another, and at the time Russell was writing, there just wasn't a way of getting a pot into space. I mean, with all of the things that we've sent into space now, maybe that's no longer the case, right? Maybe there really is a teapot floating around out there. But then, like, again, now I'm going to say, well, maybe I don't believe it's false. I should just be agnostic about that as well. So yeah, in my opinion, there actually are good reasons to believe that you don't have an invisible finger. And I think when Russell was writing, there were good reasons to believe that there was no pot floating around in space. As for a deity, well, I don't think there's any reason to believe in a deity. Now, what you say is, where is it? In contrast to Russell's pot, what stops me from believing that the claim that deity exists is false is that there is a reason to consider the existence of such a deity, namely that the universe exists and therefore that there is a possibility that it has a creator. So there's a reason to consider its existence, and the existence of the universe creates the possibility that there's a creator. Well, sure, but I mean, anything is possible. Well, maybe you don't want to say anything's possible. Lots of things are possible. I mean, the invisible finger is possible. Russell's teapot is possible. It's possible that you have an invisible finger. Now, you say there's no reason to consider the existence of these things, but I mean, you just have considered the existence of these things, right? Like, even in asking that question, you have conceived of a situation in which these things exist, and you have thought about it and presented it. And, we can do the same. It's the same sort of thing we're doing with the deity, isn't it? Like, we can imagine a situation in which there is a deity, in which the deity produced the universe as we know it, right? And and so we're going to say, okay, that's possible, or at least there's no reason to think it's impossible. So there is the possibility that the universe was created by the deity, but no particular reason to believe in a deity. Whereas with Russell's teapot, there's the possibility that there's the teapot, but no particular reason to believe there's a teapot. There's a possibility that there's the invisible finger, but no particular reason to believe it. In fact, I would, as I say, I think there are good reasons not to believe it. There's no reason to consider the existence of these things. There is no reason to consider the existence of the invisible finger. But the invisible finger is possible. Now, I would say there's no reason to consider the existence of the deity, but the deity is possible. And it seems like that's kind of what you say as well, because the reason to consider the existence of such a deity is that the universe exists, and therefore there is a possibility that it has a creator. So I would say the same thing about the invisible finger, right? Well, you have a hand, and therefore it's possible that there's an invisible finger on it. I guess one way to put this is, like, okay, is the existence of the universe a reason to believe in the deity? Well, I would say clearly not, and it looks like you agree with that. We don't know how the universe came into being. Of course, theists will offer arguments based on the existence of the universe or the nature of the universe, but in my opinion, none of them work, and it looks like that's your opinion as well. I would say that I'm agnostic about the deity. In my case, it's just because I think we have no access to these kinds of facts, right? We have no access to facts about, like, the creation of the universe. So the deity, as you have defined it, as the creator of the universe, I'm just agnostic about that. We have no basis on which to even assign a probability to the proposition. And then the difference between this claim and the invisible finger claim is, in the case of the invisible finger, I think there are very good reasons not to believe, or there are good reasons to believe that we do not have such invisible fingers. As for Russell's teapot, well, maybe there aren't any good reasons to believe that there's no pot. Not anymore. Maybe somebody did send a pot up. Who knows? But I don't know. Does that answer the question? I'm not sure if it... you asked me what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I think. Digital Gnosis asks, what would it take for you to murder someone? So is this just a psychological question? Like, that doesn't... this isn't like... there's not, like, philosophically... when do I think murder is justified? It's not that. It's just, what would it take for me to murder someone? I don't think it would be that hard in principle. I don't know. Humans have been killing each other for the entirety of our existence. Obviously, we are conditioned by our societies in various ways, and I live in a very peaceful society where killing is, thankfully, happens very, very rarely and is very strongly discouraged. But, like, I don't know, man. I think about other things that are just normalised in my society, and in many ways the social conditioning doesn't seem to have worked on me, at least with respect to many other social norms. So I think, I don't know, I don't think that it would be that difficult psychologically for me to kill someone. I could be wrong, right? Like, you never really know how you're going to react to extreme situations, but I don't think it would be that much of a problem. In the world as it is today, obviously I wouldn't do it. Like, I can hardly think of any situation in which I would do it. It's too risky. No matter what the benefits would be, right? The cost of killing someone is so great. I'm just talking the personal cost, right? Like, I could go to prison for a long time. I really don't want to do that. So you could offer me £1 billion and I still wouldn't do it. If things changed, like if society collapsed or something, I don't think it would take that much for me to kill someone. Like I'd certainly do it to survive. And maybe I'd do it just to like benefit myself. Again, if we're in a situation of like just collapse and chaos, and everybody else is going around killing each other, I would probably act in such a way as to just do what I could to make my own life better. And if that involved killing someone, then I don't think it would be that difficult. But as I say, I mean, you never really know, do you? What kinds of things, just to go back to that point actually, you never, it goes the other way around as well though. There's lots of people who will say, you know, I could never kill someone, but who actually could, right? Like, and maybe it wouldn't really take them that much to actually do it. So yeah, anyway, what kinds of things could cause you to believe in and worship a god? Well, this is a hard question for me because I don't want to be dogmatic. I value the fact that I'm open-minded, right? Like I consider myself pretty open-minded, pretty non-dogmatic. You know, I'm a fallibilist. I'm constantly questioning my own beliefs, all of this. And so, you know, I feel like I should be able to specify what would make me believe in God. And of course, I recognise there are many other intelligent people who do believe in God. I don't think that they have good reasons for it, but I recognise that they're intelligent, and so, you know, maybe I'm missing something, right? It's a question that should be taken seriously. So, with that said, the reason why this is a hard question is because I really don't know the answer to that. I mean, as you may remember from our previous conversation, I'm a pretty hardcore empiricist. So obviously, like the kind of the more metaphysical arguments are not likely to move me, right? I mean, stuff like ontological arguments. And I don't know, some of the cosmological arguments, like the stuff that appeals to that more sophisticated, let's say speculative, right? All of the stuff that appeals to speculative metaphysics and a priori methods, you know, the stuff where it's like people sitting on armchairs thinking about things, those kinds of arguments where it's very, very speculative. We're speculating about causality and necessity and contingency, or we're, you know, analysing concepts. Those sorts of arguments are not likely to move me, right? Given my empiricism. There are arguments that will appeal more to like facts that we can empirically establish about the nature of the universe. But as I think actually, I don't know, we discussed this, I'm also a scientific anti-realist, right? I see scientific theories as useful tools for systematizing, predicting and controlling the observable phenomena. I don't believe that scientific theories are like true in general. So, you know, the Big Bang model, for instance, I take the Big Bang model as a useful tool for organizing our observations of, you know, astronomy and other things. So the relevant thing here is that if you take something like, say, the fine-tuning argument, well, that's a kind of argument that actually is more acceptable to people with empiricist inclinations, because it appeals to at least scientific facts and so on. But for me, right, even if I accepted that argument, even if I thought that the universe was fine-tuned and that the fine-tuning required us to postulate an omnipotent, omniscient creator, I still wouldn't believe in God, because I would take all of that as just being part of the, you know, the theoretical structure that I'm treating as a useful instrument, right? I'm just treating, so God would just be like all of the other unobservables that I'm agnostic about. You know, postulating God in this context is like postulating electrons. I mean, that's the whole point, actually, of arguments like the fine-tuning argument, right? The point of that argument is to try to show that the postulation of God is analogous to postulating electrons, right? Like it's something we do in the course of scientific inquiry, or it's something we need in order to accommodate the scientific evidence. But I'm an agnostic about the electrons, so I'm also going to be agnostic about God. And so, again, unless I throw out my whole epistemological framework, I don't really know how I get to God, right? Unless I just overthrow my epistemology, I don't know how to get from where I am now to a belief in God. I mean, moreover, like those arguments only get you like 5% of the way there. I mean, you know, so even if I was to suppose that there really was an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent creator, well, I'm not necessarily going to worship him, right? I mean, I know nothing about this entity. I don't know what it wants. I don't know what it's like. I mean, I can't really imagine myself worshipping anybody, and that's not really a matter of argument, right? Like, in order for me to start worshipping something, there has to be a significant psychological change in me. I mean, like, I don't like the idea of worshipping things. I like the idea of carving my own path in life, and I'm kind of egoistic. I mean, well, maybe very egoistic, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, you'd have to change not just my epistemology, but my whole personality. So this is why it's a hard question, because I don't want to be dogmatic, but I can't really tell you what it would take for me to change my opinion. Although I suppose if there was a God, I guess he could do it, right? Like, just change whatever's going on in my brain and give me that could cause me to believe in and worship a god, right? Don't you fucking ooh me. What are some of your ideas for the next paper you're going to work on after your PhD thesis? Well, I'm not sure I am going to work on a paper after my PhD thesis, because it doesn't look very likely that I'll actually be remaining in academia. So, I might just do something else. Writing papers isn't really all that fun. It is fun. I'll probably always write some stuff, but writing papers for journal publication is really kind of dull. There's a lot of hard work in that, so I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to just do that. The only reason to do it would be to preserve a career in an institution where I can practice philosophy. But I don't think I'm going to actually have that career anyway. So I might not do it. What are your go-to defeaters in the context of phenomenal conservatism for moral realism, and why? I don't need defeaters for that. So the point of phenomenal conservatism is to... So generally, right, we have to trust the way that things appear until we have good reason not to. So if it seems to be the case that P, then you believe that P in the absence of defeaters for P, right? That's phenomenal conservatism as I understand it. But I would say there are no seemings, right? That it doesn't seem to be the case that moral realism is true. I don't have any intuitions that imply moral realism, and I think that's actually the case for many other people as well. So if you take a statement like genocide is wrong, well, okay, I endorse that, right? But do I endorse it in the sense of thinking that it's true or it's seeming to be true? Well, of course not. I mean, in fact, I would say, so genocide is wrong. Yes, I endorse that. But consider, for instance, the statement genocide is wrong is true. Or it is a fact that genocide is wrong. I would say that those seem to be false. So my intuition here is that genocide is wrong is not true, that there are no moral facts, that morality is a human construction, right? That all seems to be the case to me, right? So the seemings all point in the direction of anti-realism, at least to me. Now, I get that there are other people where, the seemings point in a different direction, but you asked me what my defeaters are in the context of phenomenal conservatism. It seems to me to be the case that moral realism is false. So I don't need defeaters for moral realism, right? And whenever you present me with a moral statement, so if you say genocide is wrong or you ought not to commit genocide, right? All of those seem to me to be false. Or at least I perhaps should say they seem to me to be not true. I mean, I don't really have any immediate intuition about whether they are false or whether they just have no truth value. So, I mean, I used to be a non-cognitivist. I used to say that moral statements don't really have any truth value. But the point is, either way, they're not true. So it seems to me to be the case that genocide is wrong, you ought not to commit genocide, etc., are not true. And for that reason, as far as I'm concerned, in the context of phenomenal conservatism, it is the moral realist who needs the defeaters for anti-realism. And I think that, my stance here might not be there are plenty of people with realist intuitions, or there are plenty of people who have realist seemings, but I think there's a sizable minority of people who are like me in this respect, who just naturally tend towards anti-realism. Thoughts on Bayesian epistemology? Does it solve the problem of induction? I think Bayesianism is a useful tool. I don't think it works as a general epistemology. I did a couple of videos on Bayesianism, and I'm pretty persuaded by the objections to it, at least as a general epistemology. I don't think there's a good solution to the problem of old evidence, for instance. I think there's often just no way to assign prior probabilities. This is often the case in scientific hypothesis testing. So when we're testing, let's say testing general relativity by the deflection of light, well, in order to apply Bayes' theorem, we need a prior probability for general relativity, and we need a prior probability for the evidence for the deflection of light, right? So we need the probability that light would be deflected to a certain extent before we make the observation. Obviously, once we make the observation, probability is 1. But before that observation is made, what's the prior probability? So we need prior probability for general relativity, prior probability for deflection of light. I don't think there's any way of assigning those numbers. So look, I mean, Bayesians have responses to these problems and all of the other problems. I know, but I'm just saying I don't find them convincing. I don't have anything particularly new or interesting to say about Bayesianism. So these points are points that many people have made. They're points that I talk about in those videos. Basically what I would say is I'm fairly persuaded by some of the standard arguments against Bayesian epistemology. And so I feel like I don't really have much that's interesting to say there, but I don't think it works as a general epistemology. Ekitap Cafe, or CAFE. In epistemology, we are being very suspicious and pedantic and trying to find the least problematic knowledge theory. But when it comes to, for example, evolutionary theory or political theory, which are much more complicated theories than any theory of knowledge, because I think that what is knowledge is an easier question than how did we evolve or which economical theory is better, we are being very confident and we act like we know all the answers. For example, philosophers don't have a consensus about the structure of knowledge, but most of them doubtlessly believe that evolution is correct or Joe Biden is a better guy than Trump. How come? Isn't it hypocrisy? So you say that what is knowledge is a simpler question, but doesn't what you've said show that it actually isn't simpler? I mean, it might sound simpler initially, but the very fact that we've been debating this question for, thousands of years and that we haven't really got a consensus on it, I mean, wouldn't that very fact show that it isn't simpler? That's my initial reaction. I guess I want to know, why do you think that this is an easier question? Why do you think it's a simpler question? That doesn't seem obvious to me at all. In fact, to me, when even my initial intuition about that question, what is knowledge, is, oh my God, that's a big question. That's not going to be easy. What is knowledge? That's how I initially react to it. So I don't know why you're assuming that it's a simpler, easier question. In any case, I would say, okay, first thing to bear in mind is it's a different type of question. So in the case of evolutionary theory, well, that's a matter for empirical evidence, right? This is a question in biology, right? We're going to be maybe conducting experiments, or we're going to be looking or making observations and so on. And in particular, I think that evolutionary theory, I mean, this is something that's complicated because it's supported by so many different lines of evidence. At this point, it involves so many different models and connections to other fields. And that's where the complexity is, right? Modern evolutionary theory is just an incredibly complex theoretical structure. But for many aspects of that structure, there are many aspects that are supported by overwhelming empirical evidence. And, moreover, it's not our field. So it seems like, I mean, it kind of makes sense that philosophers would just defer to what the experts say. I mean, philosophers aren't the ones who are developing evolutionary theory. That's biologists. Philosophers generally don't have any expertise on this. It makes sense that they defer to the people who do have expertise. I mean, that's just something we all do. We all defer to experts. We don't all defer to the same experts, but it doesn't matter who you are. You're going to be deferring to experts. Like, if you have a medical problem, then you're probably going to defer to the expertise of, doctors. If you've got a problem with the plumbing, well, you defer to people who are experts on that. It's pretty much impossible for a single person to learn, all of the information about like everything that they have beliefs about and everything that they need to have beliefs about. So part of the thing to consider here is that, what was the way you phrased it? Evolutionary theory. So part of the thing here is that questions about evolutionary theory are just different types of questions. What is knowledge? That's a more conceptual question. How did species arise? That's a more empirical one. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is that it's a question in a different field. So it's not surprising, I think, that philosophers defer to the expertise. As for political theory, well, that is debated by philosophers just as much as knowledge is. But I don't think I really see a distinction in how philosophers treat those things. So what is knowledge is something that has been debated for 2,000 years, and there really isn't any kind of consensus on it. But then when you look at political theory, right, in the same way, right, that has also been debated. Like, if you ask what is the justification for the state, if you ask a question like that, well, that's been debated for thousands of years, and there's no consensus on it. Or if you ask about the sort of values that we should promote, or you ask something like, what is liberty? That's been debated for thousands of years. And again, there are different ways of thinking about liberty, and there's no consensus on it. Now, there may be specific claims on which there is a consensus. As you say, Biden is better than Trump. Yeah, I think probably most philosophers would agree with that. The vast majority of philosophers would agree with that. But then that kind of thing also happens in epistemology. So to take the case of knowledge, how about this? Knowledge is just true belief. So not knowledge is justified true belief, but knowledge is just true belief, right? Like, that's it. Consider that as an analysis of knowledge. There are a few philosophers who have put that forward, right, as an analysis of knowledge. And the vast majority of philosophers disagree with them. In fact, there's probably a larger consensus against the true belief analysis of knowledge than there is for Biden over Trump. So my point is that I don't think there really is a distinction here. So what is knowledge has been debated for a long time without consensus. But similarly, the sort of abstract questions about political philosophy have also been debated for a long time without any consensus. There are specific claims in epistemology for which there is overwhelming consensus. In the same case, in the case of like political philosophy, there may be specific claims for which there's a consensus. So I think that's my answer to that. I don't think that there is necessarily any hypocrisy here. El Perro, thoughts on Karl Marx. My thought is, I should probably read more Karl Marx, because I have I read Marx? I don't think so. I never did political philosophy. I never did a course in it. In my undergrad, my master's, not once. Not once did I do a course in political philosophy. So everything I know about political philosophy is just stuff I've done like in my own time. And I mean, I this is kind of embarrassing, but yeah, I really don't know Marx, and I should read more, but I haven't found the time yet. So those are my thoughts on Marx. Thoughts on Brexit. I voted to remain. I would vote the same way now. I don't really give a shit about the EU in principle. And actually, I don't think that Brexit is going to be disastrously bad. Maybe, hey, look, that's one point of optimism. I'm pretty pessimistic about the future in general when I think about things like climate change and environmental degradation. But interestingly, yeah, the Brexit thing is, I think it's probably going to be bad. I don't think it's going to be disastrously bad. So, yeah, I'm not like, I don't have any like in principle love for the EU, and I'm not terribly concerned about Brexit, about the effects of Brexit. I just, I can't really see any way in which it's going to meaningfully improve my life, and I can see ways in which it looks like it's probably going to cause problems. Again, it's like society's not going to collapse, but I can see problems here. I mean, it looks like it's going to cause, in fact, it maybe already has caused a lot of economic disruption. So that stuff's going to get more expensive, like food's going to get more expensive. Fuck that. I don't want to pay more for food. What the fuck? I want shit to be cheap. All right, I don't like paying for anything under any circumstances, and now it looks like I'm going to have to pay more for stuff. I don't want to do that, right? So that's one problem. I'm skeptical that the benefits that the Brexiters see are going to happen. So the idea that we are like taking back control, well, I just don't. I don't think that's going to happen in a meaningful way, right? Like, I mean, for one thing, it doesn't make any difference to me whether the laws and regulations that I have to follow are written in Brussels or London. I don't care about that. But even if you do care about that, well, we still have to follow like a whole bunch of EU regulations in order to trade with them and stuff. It's just that now we have no say over what those regulations are. So even if in some ways we have more control, there's actually like significant ways in which we now have less control, because we're still going to have to follow a bunch of regulations, but now we have no say in them. And I don't know. I mean, it just seems to make sense to be it makes sense to be one of the most influential members of a large geopolitical power. Britain isn't a superpower. It's not going to be, again, anytime soon, at least. It seems to me that, in practice, Brexit is probably going to make us weaker. And it's probably going to make the EU weaker. And that seems like a bad thing. Again, not that I have any love for the EU, but it is better than the current alternatives, than the other centres of power, right? And so, yeah, I don't actually have strong feelings about Brexit, but I was against it. I still am against it. I'm not convinced that this is going to have any significant benefits, and it seems like it might have some significant costs. And that's probably, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't really pay much attention to what's happening in the world, so that answer might have been like really stupid, and because I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to any of this. So yeah, sorry about that. But you asked, and that's my answer. Favorite painters. So I'm just gonna rattle off a little list I wrote down. Paul Klee, Jean-Michel Basquiat, or Basquiat, or however the fuck, I don't know how you pronounce it. Cy Twombly, Richard Anaskevich. Again, I'm bad at the pronunciation, but it's like very formal, geometric, vibrant colours. That guy, Richard Anaskevich. Mark Rothko, Wangechi Mutu, although actually a lot of her stuff isn't really painting, but even so, I like her. So yeah, I like a lot of, I guess, the more sort of contemporary art. When you go back a bit further in the past, I love Goya. I really like J.M.W. Turner. In general, actually, I like his paintings because of what he does with light, right? And in general, I like paintings that play with light, that draw attention to light. So any kind of chiaroscuro painting is something that's gonna, I like, with the contrast of light and dark. When you have those, just anything that plays with light, I like. So yeah, those are some of my favourites. What is your MBTI personality type? And thoughts on that system. Okay, well, first of all, I mean, like, honestly, a lot of personality psychology seems like bullshit to me, but I'm not a psychologist. So, however, even professionals in psychology, as far as I know, don't really take MBTI very seriously. Like, it seems to be considered basically a pseudoscience. I do not know what my personality type is. In order to find that out, I would probably have to do some sort of online test, and I can't really bother to do that just for the purposes of answering this question. So I can't tell you. But honestly, as far as I can tell, this is just bullshit anyway. So you can give me whatever MBTI personality type you think fits, and it would have about as much epistemic value as whatever result I get from a test that I do. Okay. Emmanuel Perez. Do David Lewis's possible worlds depend on the universe being infinite? What if the universe is finite? No, they don't depend on that. Lewis would say, look, there are possible worlds in which there is an infinite universe. There are possible worlds in which there is a finite universe. So, as Lewis puts it, right, the idea of modal realism is every way a world could be is a way that some world is. So if we think that it's possible for the universe to be infinite, then there is a possible world in which there is an infinite universe. If we think it's possible for the universe to be finite, then, you know, at some other possible world, there is a finite universe. So the key thing about possible worlds is that they don't exist within this universe, right? Like, it's not like, I don't know. It's not like say that possible worlds are like planets or solar systems or something. So where you would need to have an infinite universe in order to have an infinite number of them. Each possible world is spatio-temporally isolated from every other possible world. So there's no spatio-temporal or causal connection between this possible world and some other possible world, right? A world contains. A world is a self-contained entity, I guess. So like this world, this possible world, is just everything that actually exists, everything in this universe. So yeah, it doesn't depend on the universe being infinite. Energy Lemurien asks why you're so handsome. I don't know. I guess it's a combination of the genes, and I have I think relatively healthy diet, and I try to exercise at least enough to keep myself healthy, so it's probably just that. Forbes Beckham, what are your thoughts on Robert Brandom and the Pittsburgh School in general? I've never read a single page of Robert Brandom, so I have no thoughts on him. And I don't know anything about John McDowell either. In fact, I don't know anything about the left Sellersians in general, and Sellers himself doesn't really excite me that much. So I don't really have many thoughts, really. I am woefully ignorant of this particular field of philosophy. Sorry. Fridolin Fruchtig. Have you heard of meta-induction as a solution to Hume's problem, proposed by Gerard Schurz? Thoughts. I have heard of it. I haven't got around to doing any reading about it. So that's on my list. It's one thing I really want to read about soon, and I just haven't got around to it yet. So unfortunately, I can't give you any thoughts. But I'm ashamed of that. Because it's an important topic, and I really should have read about it by now. But I've just been busy. Gottfried Leibniz. For Van Frassen's view on empiricism, can we make the belief stance distinction sharp enough? It kind of feels like we're evading the issue and making empiricism vague. Are stances or attitudes really plausible, robustly defensible, and distinct from beliefs? So I think that, okay, I mean, the first question then is, all right, like, you say that it's evading the issue and making empiricism vague, but I mean, I kind of want to say that that's sort of the point, right? Like, because we're trying to come up with a way of thinking about empiricism that allows us to, understand what we're doing. And when I say we, I'm talking about myself and other empiricists who find Van Frassen's approach appealing, right? I don't mean to include you in this. But I mean, so us empiricists or stance empiricists, right? What we're trying to do is find a way of thinking about empiricism that, you know, on the one hand allows us to have like a coherent worldview, and on the other hand also allows us to understand the development of empiricism as a tradition over history, right? Where there have been lots of changing assumptions about, you know, how the world works, and about like epistemology and human access to knowledge, and all of this, you know. There's this long tradition, right? So we have like Berkeley and Hume and Ernst Mach and Pierre Duhem and the logical positivists, and then Van Frassen and John Norton. You know, what is it exactly that, you know, John Norton shares with the logical positivists and that is shared with Berkeley, right? Like, what's the connection there? Because there's some sort of connection, or at least there seems to be. They seem to be working in the same tradition, broadly speaking. So can we say something substantive about what this is? Obviously, whatever we say is probably going to be kind of vague. It seems to me that the whole point of stance empiricism is to understand empiricism like as a kind of program, right? That has a history and that changes and that allows for lots of different ways of tackling issues. I mean, again, even if you just look at contemporary philosophers, right? Like, you take Bas van Frassen, you take John Norton, they have some pretty significant disagreements on specific issues, but, you know, they are both empiricists. So, okay, that's one thing. Like, I feel like, you know, you're saying we're evading the issue, but what issue? I mean, I don't know what it is that's being evaded here. And as for making empiricism vague, maybe it is vague, but I'm kind of okay with that. Now, as for the belief stance distinction, I don't know if that necessarily matters so much. Like, what exactly is belief, first of all? Well, it turns out that philosophers can use that term in lots of different ways. You know, belief, right? Like, belief covers a host of different states. Even if you just think about everyday beliefs, there's a host of different states, but especially if, like, for instance, non-cognitivists, right? Traditionally, non-cognitivists said moral statements don't express beliefs, right? But then, right, later non-cognitivists, especially quasi-realists, wanted to, you know, try to save the realist surface of moral discourse, starting from non-cognitivist assumptions. And so what they said is, well, actually, moral statements do express beliefs. It's just they're different kinds of beliefs. So moral judgments are beliefs with a world-to-mind direction of fit rather than a mind-to-world direction of fit. So, hey, it turns out there's lots of different kinds of beliefs. So, like, if we're using the term belief broadly, then maybe the empiricist stance does indeed count as a belief. I think that the important point that Van Frassen was making is that we don't want empiricism to just consist in believing some specific set of propositions, like, you know, in particular, like how the, you know, traditional empiricism consists in belief in the claim that all ideas are derived from sense experience, or, you know, later empiricism consists in belief in the claim that like all knowledge, right, is justified by reference to sense experience, or something like that. Get away from thinking of empiricism in those terms and thinking of it more in terms of policies, attitudes, commitments. So the commitment to a rebellion against metaphysics, as Van Frassen sometimes put it. Maybe that is just a belief, right? So I don't know if we need to draw a distinction between beliefs and stances, so much as we need to just say what the empiricist stance is. Like, isn't that enough, right? Like, why would we need to draw a distinction between beliefs and stances? Why isn't it enough to just say, okay, here are some problems with how empiricism has been conceived before. Here's how we should conceive of it now. that seems to me like all we need to really do. Okay. Gustavo de Oliveira, I think. How do you face the finitude of your life? Do you think there is some hope for afterlife? I don't see any reason to believe in an afterlife. I find it... In fact, I would go further and say I can't really conceive of how it could even be possible. I can't see what it is that is supposed to be surviving. My mind seems to me to be so connected to my body, so if you cut my eyes out, well, I'm not going to be able to see anything, right? Obviously, I'm not going to be taking my eyes into the afterlife, right? Again, if you damage my ears, I won't be able to hear anything, right? So I'm not taking them into the afterlife, right? So we can say in general, right, none of my senses are coming into the afterlife with me, and then my emotions, say, well, I know that if I damage particular parts of my brain, that's going to screw up my emotions, right? I know that, again, you can damage, say, Broca's area or Wernicke's area, and that will damage my ability to process language. All of the different parts of my mind, right, seem to be connected to my body, and I don't see how they're going to be coming into the afterlife with me. What is it that's left? Just some, I don't know, bare bit of consciousness that's doesn't have any feelings, doesn't sense anything, doesn't have any kind of capacity for linguistic thought. I mean, if there is something there that survives death, it doesn't really seem like it would be me. Anyway, I don't believe that there's an afterlife. As for how I face that, well, I just try not to think about it. It causes me, I would say, overwhelming dread. I mean, I cannot put it into words, the horror of permanent non-existence. So I try not to think about it. Ha ha ha, lol, 010101. Is memory the same kind of mental activity as imagination? Why or why not? I just don't see, why would we take that? I don't. Why would we think that it is? I mean, I feel like maybe I'm missing something here. Is there a debate about this that I just haven't encountered? Because I can't see why we would think that memory is just the same as imagination. I don't know what the motivation for that would even be. My reaction is, well, of course not. I don't know, man. One is memory. One, I mean, do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know where to begin with this question. I'm really sorry. I really wish that I could say something more substantive, but I don't even know where. I don't even know how to approach this. To be honest, so I might just be misunderstanding you, or maybe, as I say, there's a debate that I'm not aware of. But I'm going to have to just move on. Helen Steen. In this world of irrationality, people walk around wearing meshes upon their faces to protect themselves from a submicroscopic entity which is threatening their existence. They are lining up to have a liquid containing unobservable entities injected into them, which by means of another unobservable entity processed in their bodies will protect them. Have we reached a point in time where the intransparency and abstraction of technology used in scientific investigation has destroyed our rationality, and where common law and theory have become one and the same? Well, I have to say I don't see much of a problem here. So people are relying on the research conducted by others, to trust that the vaccine is going to protect them, and presumably the vast majority of the people relying on this are not going to be able to say anything about how exactly that works. But that seems fine to me. I think that we need a division of cognitive labour. We offload some of the need to... So we frequently will offload our need to, or processes for generating information onto experts. And there's no other option. I mean, there's just too much information in the world, and there are too many things that we need to believe that are relevant to daily survival. We cannot know all of it like in depth and in detail. We have to just sometimes trust people that we recognise as experts. I don't think there's anything necessarily irrational about that. Humans have always relied on others for all sorts of things. We are a cooperative species. This is just a matter of epistemic cooperation, right? Like cooperation in the pursuit and application of knowledge. That's just another kind of cooperation. I think that rationality consists in having good ways of sorting the reliable from unreliable sources of information. I mean, actually, one way to look at it is this. I see rationality as being a matter of success, right? Like, it's a matter of holding beliefs and acting in such a way that you're, achieving the goals you want to achieve, right? And would you be successful if you didn't take the advice of doctors? Well, probably not. That would probably impede your success. So I don't really see it as irrational that people, do things that are suggested by, medical experts. Henrik Munch asks, or Monk, again, pronunciation not good, but asks, what is your stance on the metaphysics of time? Presentism, eternalism, etc. Well, I am completely agnostic about it. First of all, I'm a scientific anti-realist. I look at scientific theories as useful tools for predicting, systematizing, controlling observations. I think that in order to say anything about the nature of time, like the underlying nature of time, the metaphysics of time, we first of all have to believe that some scientific theory correctly describes time. But obviously I don't do that, right? Whether we're talking about special relativity or quantum theory or whatever, like, I'm going to treat these as useful tools for organizing the phenomena and predicting the phenomena. I'm not going to say that they're true in general. So with that, I mean, I don't see any other way of getting to conclusions about the metaphysics of time. Moreover, even if I did believe that one of these theories was true, I think that you need further metaphysical assumptions to draw conclusions about the metaphysics of time, I don't think those assumptions are available. So there's a sort of classic argument against presentism, which appeals to special relativity, because in special relativity there's no absolute simultaneity, right? And so we can kind of move from that to the rejection of presentism. But that still requires certain assumptions that are not just given within the theory itself, such as the assumption that there's no privileged reference frame. The theory itself doesn't say that. That's a metaphysical assumption. And again, I don't think there's a good reason to believe anything one way or another about these kinds of metaphysical assumptions. Or I should say that the theory doesn't specify a privileged reference frame, but the mere fact that the theory doesn't specify a privileged reference frame doesn't mean that there can't be one. Yeah, I think that's right. Anyway, do you think that belief in the distant past is at odds with constructive empiricism? Yes, in some way, I think it could be. Van Frassen's line on this is that various events in the distant past actually do count as observable, right? I mean, so if you ask Van Frassen, he'll say that dinosaurs are observable. And so the scientific theories, if they're empirically adequate, they're going to be true for various claims about dinosaurs. And the reason why he takes them to be observable is because if they were around today, we would see them. Or if we were to go back in time and wander around the Jurassic era, we would see dinosaurs, unaided. I think that there are serious problems with this kind of appeal to counterfactuals. Because I could always say, well, look, if I was shrunk down in a miniaturization machine, I would see bacteria, or I would see electrons. Actually, well, maybe I couldn't see electrons because, you'd need photon. Okay, you get the point, right? Bacteria, I would see bacteria, right, if I was shrunk down. indeed, if anything, the miniaturization machine is more plausible, right? Given our current given the current theories we accept, constructing a miniaturization machine seems to be much more within our power than does like going back in time or somehow plucking dinosaurs from the past and bringing them to the present, right? I mean, miniaturization is not possible, but it seems to be not possible for more kind of reasons to do with like biological constraints that might in principle be overcome. But like time travel, that just seems like there's it's no way we could do that, right? So my own line on this is that the way that I would put it is to say that the observable at some time t is whatever is detectable with the unaided sensors given the technology developed prior to t, by the epistemic community prior to t, right? So dinosaurs are not observable because we do not have the technology and never have had the technology to go back in time and have a look at dinosaurs. I'm using the term dinosaur here in the colloquial sense. Obviously, I'm not including birds, which are dinosaurs, but you know what I mean. So yeah, dinosaurs are not observable. Similarly, distant astronomical objects, not observable. Of course, the problem with this is that it does seem a bit crazy to be agnostic about the existence of dinosaurs. And I think that one way around this, and I haven't really thought about this in too much detail yet, but one way around this might be that, look, the key is what it is that produces the fossils, right? So, we've observed things that have produced fossils, that have produced those kinds of objects. And we've also observed that no other things do so. Like, we know the processes that produce fossils, and we know that through observation, right? This isn't when we're talking about the production of fossils, we're just talking about observables, and so that's within constructive empiricist belief. That's not really analogous to fundamental particles, right? There are various effects that we attribute to electrons, but we've never observed an electron produce that effect, or any other particle like that produce that effect. And similarly for actually black holes and other astronomical objects. So, I don't know. That might be one way of kind of extending constructive empiricist belief to things like dinosaurs, right? Is actually to say, well, yes, we don't observe dinosaurs, strictly speaking, but we can observe fossils and we can observe the processes that produce fossils, and so that's kind of very different from the situation where we're like postulating a host of unobservable entities producing phenomena where we've never seen how those phenomena are produced from any unobservable entities like electrons. I don't know. Anyway, that's my response to that. Humane Hancock. Hypothetically, if you knew that you were going to be born as a random farmed animal after you die, would your current views on the moral status of animals change? Part of the problem that I have with this hypothetical scenario is that I don't know how to think about reincarnation. Like, I'm not sure that reincarnation is coherent. I struggle to imagine the scenario you're asking me to imagine. And because I'm struggling to imagine it, I don't know what to say about it. And I'm not trying to be a dick here. Like, it always annoys me when you present people with hypothetical scenarios and then they reject the hypothetical. Because it's like, it's a hypothetical scenario, right? Like, I know that this isn't real. I know that this isn't how it happens. I'm asking for your response to a hypothetical scenario. So I'm genuinely not trying to be a dick, right? Like, I want to engage with the hypothetical. But the question I'm having is, so you're asking me, if you knew you were going to be born as a random farmed animal, right? Okay, after I die, right? But I want to say, well, okay, but how is that me, right? Like, what of me survives into the animal? Like, that's kind of important, right? I mean, because if we're imagining that, it's literally my mind, right, just transplanted into an animal somehow. So, like, I can, as a farm animal, right? I can sit and, read philosophy and come up with my own philosophical ideas, like do all of the stuff I used to do or think all of the things I used to think. That's one thing. But now, right, we're talking about an entity that clearly has the capacities, it has the same cognitive capacities as I do. So obviously I'm going to say that it's subject to moral constraints, right? Obviously I'm going to say that it matters morally. So what is it of me that survives into the animal? Maybe a different way to imagine this is to imagine a scenario where I gradually transform into an animal, right? Like I can consider a possible world in which I just slowly change and I slowly lose my cognitive capacities. So I end up being, I start as I am now, and through a process of gradual change, just end up as a farm animal. But in that case, the answer's easy, right? I would still have moral standing because I used to be rational, right? So really what we're imagining here is, morally speaking, the same as the case of senility, right? Like somebody losing their cognitive capacities due to Alzheimer's disease. So, yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know how to respond to your case. What I can say, just more generally speaking, is if the world were completely different, right? Like if things worked differently, maybe I would change my moral views, right? I'm not a moral realist. I think morality is something that we construct. I think it's sometimes a useful tool, but I don't see any point in attempting to construct a moral theory that is applicable across all possible worlds, right? No matter how crazy the situation is, no matter how different it is from the sorts of things that happen in our world. So yeah, maybe if there was a world in which people transformed into animals, or people were reincarnated as animals, maybe I would have different moral views. I might change my views about the moral standing of farmed animals, maybe. But it's really, really hard. I really don't know how to respond to this particular case, and I don't think that it, the fact that our moral theories are, or at least the fact that my moral theory is kind of dependent on the way the world is at the moment, is not something I see as being really a problem. Again, it's something that is constructed. I'm not trying to get at the moral facts because I don't think there are any moral facts. And for the purposes of constructing a moral theory, thought experiments can be useful, but not all of them are. And certainly, when we start trying to imagine these rather wild scenarios, again, I just don't think it really matters. But you did ask, would your views toward the status of farmed animals change? And the answer is they may very well change. But I'm not sure how they would change. So unfortunately, I can't really say much more. Jax Russia asks, what is most worth having in life? I think that's entirely up to the individual. It's not like there's, as far as I'm concerned, there isn't some objective fact of the matter about what you ought to have in life or what is most worthwhile. Make your own mind up. JC Benson, what do you make of the fact that philosophy has been going on for so long? Why is it like that? Is it in some way just a result of the questions we ask or the way we answer them? Surely some past philosophers had the right answers to some questions. How come they were passed up? Well, in some ways, I kind of want to say, has it been going on for so long? There are questions that have been tackled by philosophers that seem to have moved over to different fields and perhaps been, solved. Questions that have maybe become questions that were once classed as philosophy that have become the purview of the sciences. And it seems like there are some philosophical questions that have been answered reasonably conclusively. We know that logical positivism doesn't work, and it seems like we know why it doesn't work. it was a program that made progress in various areas, but it had fundamental problems, and we've done a pretty good job of identifying what those problems are. But look, the general point you're making, yeah, there are plenty of philosophical questions that seem to be completely irresolvable. A lot of the big questions, it looks like we don't really know how to resolve them, and I mean, I don't know. I don't know why this is the case. I don't know why it's like that. Is it there is yeah? I assume that there's just something about these kinds of questions that makes it the case that we fail to achieve a consensus on them. But I honestly, I mean, I don't know. I don't have an answer as to why that is. Okay, JCBDWSN. What is the book/paper that you regret not having read earlier than you did? There are so many philosophers that I know almost nothing about, and so I mean, you ask not having read earlier than I did, but like there's papers and books that I regret not reading, right? Like it's not even that I read them too late; it's I still haven't gotten around to them. Even in this this Q&A, I mean, you know, I've had people ask me about Robert Brandom. I should know more about Robert Brandom, and yeah, somebody asked me about Karl Marx. Maybe you don't want to consider Marx a philosopher, but he's obviously very relevant to philosophy. Again, I haven't read any Karl Marx. At least I don't think I have. Anyway, there's lots of stuff that I am woefully ignorant of, and you know, it's something I'm pretty ashamed about in some cases. I think for things that I have read, but that I feel that I read too late. Maybe Popper, Karl Popper, and the logical positivists. You know, so when I was learning philosophy of science, obviously I did read a bit of Karl Popper, right? But there's the sort of essays that are presented in every introductory course, right? When you're learning stuff, and when you're learning a course, you're going to be given excerpts usually, or you know, single essays. It'll either be like excerpts or book chapters or something like that. So you know, you read a tiny bit of what this person has written, and then you get given a bit of what Stephen Jay Gould used the phrase cardboard history, right? You get given a bit of cardboard history, caricatures of the positions of these people held, sort of self-serving stereotypes of past thinkers. So what often happens is that the thinkers of the past are presented in kind of simplified terms, because this makes the later views seem much more stronger as critiques in comparison. And I mean, that's perhaps a cynical reason. Maybe the reason is just that in an introductory course you have to simplify some things. You know, there just isn't time, right, to go into all of the relevant details. But that was certainly my experience, you know, with people like Popper and the logical positivists. When you actually go back and read what they wrote, turns out their views are much more sophisticated than the introductory material might lead you to expect. And given that I'm a philosopher of science, and given the importance of Popper and the positivists, I felt pretty bad, like not knowing that it took me so long to kind of actually read a more significant amount of their work, and to understand the nuances of the sort of positions they held. So yeah, I think that's the answer. George Capero, do you have any philosophy of physics readings recommendations? Philosophy of physics isn't really my field. I don't know physics that well. I read Tim Maudlin's Philosophy of Physics. I found it, as far as I recall, reasonably accessible, and you know, I think it's good. I think it's got good content. Tim Maudlin is one of the most prominent philosophers of physics, so I assume that is. So that book might be. Oh, I mean, I don't know whether you were asking for introductory books. Actually, I mean, maybe you were just like, maybe you know a lot about philosophy of physics, and you know, you want to get into it more deeply. But I don't know that much, so I'm just giving you the introductions that I read and liked. Another one is Reichenbach's Philosophy of Space and Time, much older. I mean, this was written in like 1949 or something, but it serves as a very good introduction not just to the philosophy, it serves as a really good introduction to the physical theories and to the philosophical foundations of those physical theories at that time. I really liked that book. Again, I read it a long time ago now, but I thought that was very engaging. So yeah, I don't know. If you're new to the field, then you might want to check out those books. Okay, Jose Isidoro asks, what do you think about anarcho-capitalism? I used to be an anarcho-capitalist when I was, like, I don't know, 16 or something. Yeah, when I was a teenager, I flirted with anarcho-capitalism. So I'm still a bit more sympathetic to it than I think, like, anarchists in general are. I mean, anarchists in general hate anarcho-capitalists. They think that that they think it's an oxymoron, right? Because anarchism is incompatible with capitalism. But the thing is that anarcho-capitalists very often will use the term capitalism to just mean free market, right? Like they just think that capitalism is by definition a free market, right? Like those terms are synonymous to anarcho-capitalists. And notice, of course, that per that definition, a bunch of the left-wing market anarchists will turn out to be anarcho-capitalists as well. People in the market anarchist tradition defend free markets, or at least they defend what they take free markets to be. So if you just use the term capitalism to mean free market, right, then actually a lot of the left-wing market anarchists are anarcho-capitalists. And it does turn out as well that anarcho-capitalists have often substantial objections to the way that current economic systems are organised. I mean, I would say that where I object to anarcho-capitalism is, I guess, with their conception of property rights. And especially when you get anarcho-capitalists who attempt to, build their views on the non-aggression principle. I think that's completely hopeless. Because in order to define what counts as aggression, you need to have some prior conception of of property rights. So trying to derive property rights from the non-aggression principle can't possibly work. So that kind of anarcho-capitalism holds no appeal for me. And there is also, I think, a big problem of vulgar libertarianism in a lot of anarcho-capitalist work, because at the end of the day, the anarcho-capitalist movement, it didn't come from, or at least a lot of it has its basis not in traditional anarchism, right, but in certain forms of conservatism or classical liberalism in the US. And so I think that where there is a legitimate objection to anarcho-capitalists is, a lot of them do seem to assume that the stateless society would be organised with sort of similar institutions and with kind of similar economic frameworks as our society is, right? Like the stateless society will still have, a wage system like ours, and it will still have corporate power and concentration of wealth in the hands of the few and so on. Like there's still going to be significant inequality, all of that. Since the anarcho-capitalist society will look like that, right? It's going to look like that, but just with more freedom. What tends to happen then is that anarcho-capitalists will defend these institutions and these systems. So that's, I think, a point where more traditional anarchists have legitimate objections to anarcho-capitalist work, right? Like it seems as though what they're doing in practice is defending institutions and systems that are oppressive and hierarchical and authoritarian. Having said that, I think this can sometimes be overstated, right? Like, I mean, so there are anarcho-capitalists who have significant objections to the way that society is currently organised, and sometimes they are surprisingly revolutionary, surprisingly left wing. So there's a nice short article by Murray Rothbard called "Confiscation and the Homestead Principle," and I mean Murray Rothbard is like he's the anarcho-capitalist, and yet you read this article and it's like he's talking about worker takeover of corporations funded by the state. Again, it's remarkably revolutionary. It's quite wonderful. And so, you know, that article actually could, you know, fit very nicely in a collection of left-wing market anarchist material. In fact, maybe it is. I'm not sure. I might have read that article in Markets Not Capitalism. Maybe it's in there. But yeah, I think that I don't think that the definition that defining capitalism just as free market is particularly sensible, right? I think there is a useful distinction to be made between those concepts, but I don't have the kind of like deep objections to anarcho-capitalism that a lot of anarchists seem to have. So yeah, those I think are my thoughts. Yeah, okay. Kainai Shade asks, thoughts on Sellers' myth of the given. Do you find it compelling, don't care, trash, etc.? Yeah, I pretty much agree with Sellers. So I've often like just in general, I take a more coherentist approach to knowledge, to concepts, and so on. I've often, you know, said that I'm an empiricist because I am, and I mean certainly when Sellers was writing the myth of the given, it was in response to the empiricists of his day. But I mean, I would say that's specifically targeting a kind of foundationalist empiricism, and I was skeptical of foundationalism before I became an empiricist, right? Like I was an anti-foundationalist before I was an empiricist. There is no store of independent data on which we build our theories. There's no way to specify what is given to the mind, like you know, the non-conceptual given, and then what is added by conception by mental processes. So I mean, from my point of view, like if there's a problem here, the problem is that it's attacking a position that like I mean certainly I never really found compelling anyway, and that I think actually at this point relatively few people actually hold. Like I think that these days in philosophy it seems like most people agree that Sellers was basically successful in that attack, or at least that the view that Sellers was attacking is implausible. Even if Sellers' attack wasn't successful, there are other successful criticisms of it. I don't think that that kind of foundationalist view that Sellers was attacking is taken very seriously anymore. Even though there may be other kinds of foundationalism that are taken seriously, again, the specific position that Sellers was attacking isn't that influential anymore, as far as I know. And so, yeah, that's not really a problem with his work, but it just means that, you know, it's, I guess, less relevant now. Likewise, thoughts on Donald Davidson. Anything that interests you. Mind, action, language, stuff, etc. It's dogs barking, and it's distracting. It's really annoying. So I'm just going to pause this and find out what's going on. I hate living with these things. They're my brother's dogs, and I'm fine with them. Like, I'm very nice to them, but they really annoy me. Okay, well, that little break wasn't so bad. It gave me the chance to grab a yogurt. So you ask for my thoughts on Donald Davidson. Yeah, I find Davidson a very frustrating philosopher. Very frustrating. His arguments are often very obscure to me. Like it's hard for me to figure out what exactly he's like arguing and what the motivation is. So I find him very difficult to read. And then, when I do figure it out, I often find myself thinking like, it feels often like he's responding to positions that people don't really hold, or like he's responding to really, really specific positions that that don't really matter that much anyway. So, for example, in his criticism of conceptual schemes, as far as I recall, he was responding to a position which assumes that conceptual schemes are untranslatable. Like, he takes the issue with conceptual schemes to be an issue about translatability, and that just seems to me a really weird way of conceiving what that's all about, right? So, he's maybe got a good argument, but it's like, okay, but who holds this position anyway? I think that's just not the right way of conceiving what the issue with conceptual schemes is. Or like he ends up holding positions that I think are just obviously ridiculous, like the truth conditional theory of meaning. I taught the truth conditional theory of meaning when I did philosophy of language, when I was the TA for that, and that was the hardest part of the thing to teach. Again, it was hard for me to see the motivation for it, and it seemed obviously wrong. Like, I found myself thinking, why would anybody take this seriously? Clearly, there are meaningful sentences that don't have truth values, or because not all sentences are straightforward descriptions, and even some straightforward descriptions like only have truth values in particular contexts of use. Sentences containing indexicals, for instance, right? Like, it's not like this. So, when I say, like, I have short hair, when I say that, it's not as if the sentence I have short hair has a truth condition just in itself, right? Like, it has to be particular speaker at a particular time, all of that, right? So, there's these like obvious problems with it, and a host of technical problems, and yeah, there's a problem that crops up a lot in analytic philosophy, where philosophers have this tendency to kind of project formal tools onto the mind, right? So, like, we assume the mind works like a computer. So, we construct formal logics, right? We construct these lovely formal systems, which are very useful. They're very important tools, right? And they deal with, truth values and propositions and all of this. But then we project that onto the mind. We think that that's how the mind works. We assume that beliefs work like propositions governed by a formal logic. Gettier problems are the classic example of this, right? So, like, Gettier, for example, in his Smith and Jones, and Jones is looking for a job or whatever, right? So you have a sentence like, Jones has 10 coins in his pocket and Jones will get the job, right? And then Gettier makes this assumption that, we can then attribute, so somebody holds the belief that Jones has 10 coins in his pocket and Jones will get the job. So then given that they hold that belief, we can then attribute to them the belief that the man who gets the job has 10 coins in his pocket. And that's just nonsense. I mean, that's obvious nonsense, because, nobody has a belief where it's like the man, right? Just the man in the abstract. So it's like, yes, that person may express their belief by stating the proposition, the man who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket. But their belief, right, as an expression of their belief, the man just refers to Jones, right? Their belief is that Jones will get the job. Jones has 10 coins in his pocket. If we're telling, a formal story, if we're trying to apply formal tools, then yes, we can abstract, but beliefs don't abstract. Beliefs themselves don't work in that kind of way, right? The belief is specifically about Jones. The content of the belief is not some abstract the man. So, okay, I realise now I've been talking about Gettier problems, but the point I wanted to make is that's just a nice example of this tendency to, I think this illegitimate tendency to project these like formal tools or formal systems onto the mind. And I felt like Davidson was one of the worst examples of that. I mean, certainly Davidson's theory of meaning struck me as one of the worst examples of that. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Davidson. And you ask about videos on Davidson. I have a video on animal minds where I talk about Davidson's views, and I also have a video on metaphor where I talk about Davidson. Side question: how are you finding being vegetarian? / are you still sticking with it? Easy, hard? I'm similarly inclined towards moral anti-realism and not convinced by moral arguments, but contrary to you, I went vegetarian for purely emotional reasons. Animal death made me sad. Yep, I'm still vegetarian, still sticking with it, and it's easy. Of course it is. I mean, there's so much vegetarian food available. There's so much variety. And to be honest, I mean, I didn't really like meat that much to begin with anyway, so it wasn't a very hard change. So yeah, still sticking with it. Crack asks, number 1, what vaccine did you take? I had the Pfizer vaccine. That was the only one that was available in my country to people my age. We initially, I think, were offering AstraZeneca, but then there were some concerns about that. I mean, there'd been some very, very rare cases of it being associated with blood clots, so they decided to stop offering it to people under 40. So people under 40 only get the Pfizer vaccine. Number 2, Brett Weinstein, evolutionary biologist, said that he didn't peer review his paper because it's pretty much putting your faith in the hands of competition. Do you think there's merit to this claim? I don't know the context of this, but yeah, that sounds true. That sounds absolutely true. But isn't that the whole point of peer review? Like, we need to evaluate claims from multiple perspectives. We need to have lots of different people who have different biases evaluating these claims, right? I mean, yes, you are putting your faith to some extent in the hands of competition, right? Like, I mean, they might reject it, but like that's the way it works. That's really important. Like, knowledge is a collaborative process, and so I'm a bit confused about what the issue is here. It seems like yes, what he's saying is true, but that's the whole point of having peer review. I mean, peer review may have its problems. There's a really nice article by Liam Bright and somebody else whose name I cannot remember on peer review. I think it's titled "Is Peer Review a Good Idea?" And they raised some really interesting criticisms of the practice of peer review. But the point of peer review, like the purpose of it, that's always going to be important. The idea that we we like present our claims to the competition, and then that the competition have some sort of say in whether our claims are taken seriously. That's the point of peer review, and that's really important. So I'm not really sure what Weinstein is whining about there. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that, because again, I don't know the context, and maybe he wasn't whining. That was unreasonable of me. Sorry. Kreutsch says, looking handsome, thank you. What kind of job would you consider if you had to quit philosophy? I'm not really sure, but this is going to become very relevant in like a month. Because that's when my money runs out. And prospects for an academic career are not looking good. So yeah. Get back to me the next time I do one of these AMAs, and you'll have a much more detailed answer. Curly Q asks, right. Okay. Curly Q asks, if error theorists believe that all moral statements are false, then if we suppose Q is a moral statement, then Q would be false. What would be the negation of Q? The negation of Q, if Q is false, would be true. But wouldn't not Q be a moral statement also? And in which case, wouldn't it therefore be false according to error theory? Okay, so let's take a specific example. Slavery is wrong. Okay, the error theory says that's false. Okay, it is not the case that slavery is wrong. What would the error theorists say about that? Well, yeah, that's true. Now, the reason why it's true is because there are no moral properties, there's no wrongness, right? So it's not the case that slavery is wrong. So that's true. Now, the question then is that a moral proposition? Well, I mean, it has, like, the word wrong in it, so maybe you want to call it a moral proposition, like, in that sense. The point is, it's not attributing a moral property to anything. Indeed, it's denying that something has a moral property. So error theorists are fine with that, right? Error theorists are fine with denying that things have moral properties. If you want to say that something counts as a moral proposition just in virtue of having a term like wrong in it, then yeah, okay, some moral propositions are true. But only those moral propositions that deny that things have moral properties. Now, I think there is maybe a slightly different difficulty here. I'm not sure if this is what you're hinting at, but there is a difficulty here in that by the logical structure of moral discourse, when you say it is not the case that slavery is wrong, this entails that slavery is either permissible or obligatory. So, because, right, to say that something is not wrong, given the way that the terms wrong and permissible and obligatory work, to say that something is not wrong just entails that it's permissible or obligatory. So now we do have a genuine issue here. The error theorist will obviously say that it's not the case that slavery is wrong or permissible or obligatory. And some people have suggested that, you know, there's an incoherence here, because they say, well, to say that slavery is not wrong, that just immediately entails that it's either permissible or obligatory. So actually, when you say it is not the case that slavery is wrong, you are still attributing a moral property to slavery. You're attributing either the property of permissibility or the property of obligatoriness. But I mean, I don't think this kind of thing works. So a good comparison would be, let's say there's a society of people who organise things according to whether or not they're sacred or corrupt, right? So they view various actions along this line, right? Along the lines of sacredness versus corruptness. And the logic of that discourse is that it is not the case that X is sacred entails X is corrupt. And it is not the case that X is corrupt entails X is sacred. I mean, we would be error theorists about this discourse, right? And what we would say is, well, actually no, right? When you face a statement, when we consider the statement, it is not the case that X is sacred, right? That only entails X is corrupt, right? If you accept the kind of presuppositions of this discourse, if you accept the presupposition that all actions can be sorted into the sacred and corrupt. I mean, more generally, I mean, look, the problem with these kind of formal objections to error theory is that, like, we know that error theory is acceptable because we are error theorists about so many different forms of discourse. So, I mean, like, forget about the formal analysis, right? We are error theorists about witches, about caloric, about phlogiston, about fairies, about elves, pixies. The point of error theory is that morality is like these things, right? Like that's what they're saying, right? Like morality goes into that box, right? The box with witches and caloric and phlogiston and fairies and elves and pixies. Morality goes in there, okay? That's the point, right? And so we can kind of quibble about, well, you know, it is not the case that slavery is wrong. Is that a moral proposition? And, you know, how do we work out the sort of precise formal analysis of all of this? I mean, there's debate to be had there, but I think that's kind of tangential to the fundamental point of error theory. And so, I don't think there is a problem here. Okay, Leo Schneider asks two things. Number one, how do you establish that reason is valid? To do that, you would have to use reason, thus begging the question, if it is valid by including it in your line of thinking. Do you therefore have to assume that reason is valid? So, I mean, there's a few things, I guess, that I would say in response to this kind of argument, right? So, the first thing is that, like, all right, why do I use reason, right? Well, number one, I would say that there's just no alternative, right? Like, what exactly is the alternative that you're trying to imagine? I mean, are we like going to hold beliefs just without any reason at all? Do we just have beliefs completely randomly? I mean, first of all, that seems to be like a psychological impossibility. I mean, actually, first of all, it's not clear to me that we can even imagine a person doing that, right? I'm not sure that we can actually, or at least I'm not sure that I don't necessarily want to speak for everyone. I'm not sure that I can even conceive of what that would be like, right? To just literally just kind of form beliefs totally randomly without any kind of reason. I struggle to see what that consists in. I suppose I can imagine it in specific cases, right? Like, so let's say, for instance, that somebody is, I don't know, trying to decide whether to turn left or right, and I can, I guess, imagine them just deciding to believe, like, that, I don't know, that there's a town down the left road and not the right road, even though they have absolutely no reason, and they recognise that they have no reason. The belief just kind of pops into their head. I can imagine that, but that takes place against a background of other beliefs for which they do have reasons, right? Like, there's a whole set of beliefs about the world that they're going to have, for which they can give reasons, and they do have reasons. The idea of there being a person where there's just, like, again, it's a set of random beliefs with no reason is hard for me to even conceive, and it certainly, I think, would be a psychological impossibility. Okay, that's one point. Another point I would make is that, okay, even if that is possible, if there really were a person like that, I would point out that if you accept, let's call it irrationalism, just for the sake of this discussion. So if you accept this view that, like, what you just, like, don't use reason, by your own standards, there's nothing unreasonable in me proceeding in accordance with reason, right? Like, there's no objection that you could have to that. So we have a situation where it seems like there really isn't an alternative, and even if there was an alternative, there's not any objection to what I'm doing from the point of view of that alternative. So I would say that, okay, how do you establish that reason is valid? So I think that there maybe is a more indirect argument here. Consider an argument for the position that reason is just illegitimate, right? Well, that argument is itself an application of reason. So if you make that argument and you accept the conclusion, then you're immediately going to have to accept that the argument is illegitimate, that argument provides no reason to accept the conclusion. I mean, the argument is, in that sense, self-refuting. So it looks like what we should conclude when presented with any argument along those lines is not that reason is illegitimate, but that the argument has gone wrong somewhere. And, like, that's going to be the conclusion that we should always draw, because if we think the argument is sound, if we think that the argument works, right, then we have to accept the argument doesn't work. You see the problem? So yeah, I think that's probably what I would say in response to somebody asking, like, why do I use reason? How do I, like, establish the use of reason? It seems like there's not really an alternative, and any argument for that position, you're always going to be the right response to any argument for that position will always be to question the premises or the inference rules that are used, rather than to accept the conclusion. Question number 2. Can you prove that you exist? I know that Descartes has worked on that, but I find his reasoning unsatisfactory. Cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am, seems to beg the question by assuming that there is an I that thinks. To my understanding, you would have to assume your own existence. But I'm unsure how you can assume something if the thing you are assuming, if that which assumes. Not actually sure how to interpret that last sentence. But as for the claim that I exist, well, actually, I guess I've already answered this in response to a previous questioner. I take a more pragmatist line. I'll put the timestamp in on the description. Can I prove that I exist? Well, I can't be certain, but there's no good reason for me to give up that belief. It coheres very well with lots of other things that I believe and with my experiences, and it seems to have a kind of practical utility insofar as my actions are like, there are various things that I want, that I desire, and in order to get them, it makes sense to conceive of myself as a self. It makes sense to conceive of myself in just the way I'm doing as we're having this discussion. Like, it would be, imagine trying to have this discussion, imagine trying to express the things I'm expressing right now, if I was to do away with the concept of I and the concept of selfhood. So there's no good reason to give up my belief that I exist, and it looks like there's a great utility to it, etc. So yeah, I mean, from a kind of pragmatist point of view, like, there you go. That's the justification. I mean, it is. I guess it would be possible to give up the existence of a self, but if you take that seriously, it's going to change how you interact with others. It's going to change how you express things. For instance, you wouldn't be like, if I give up the concept of self, if I give up the idea that I'm a self, I'm not going to be able to say the sentences I'm saying right now. I'd have to paraphrase them all, and it just seems like, I can't see any reason to doubt it, and I can see lots of good reasons to keep doing it. So I don't think any further proof needs to be given. But as I said, I'm coming at this from, the kind of epistemological background here is a more sort of pragmatist line, right? Like, what Descartes was doing was very different, because he was trying to find a indubitable foundation for all of his beliefs, and I think that's just completely misguided, right? So yeah, I mean, Descartes did not succeed in his plan, but that's because it was misguided from the start, right? Like, the idea of giving up all our beliefs and trying to find an indubitable foundation and building up our knowledge on the basis of this indubitable foundation, it's just the wrong way to go about it. So yeah, that's my answer. Letters from a nihilist. I study physics, but I want to study philosophy. Should I try to go to grad school for philosophy, or should I try and get a second bachelor's in philosophy? I ask because I've been told you have to specialise in grad school, and I'm not sure I want or I'm ready for that. I'm not the person to ask about this. Any questions about what you should do for, like academically or in careers or anything, you should ask somebody. Don't ask me about this. I'm not, and in general, right? Like, there are people who can give advice about this, and ask them. Do you have any advice for getting through Kant? Well, it's just like anything else. If you really don't like it, just don't read it. Okay. I don't know what more to say. Like, if you really hate it that much, just focus on other things. I certainly skipped a few things when I was studying philosophy, and Kant is quite difficult to read. And to be honest, sometimes you can get by just reading introductions which summarize the views that these people held. There's lots of good introductions to Kant. Beyond that, well, you just sit down and read it and make notes, just like you do with everything else. I don't know. I've never done anything particularly special when reading Kant. I don't particularly like Kant. At least I don't find him engaging to read. You just have to do it or not. Depends on what you want. Luminos asks, what would you have majored in had you not chosen philosophy? If you didn't choose to major in philosophy, what other subject would you have majored in instead? I really have no idea. I did have a bit of a think about this, but the truth is that I started thinking about this, but then I realised that what I was doing was just constructing a fiction, right? Like I was imagining other subjects, and I was thinking, okay, what could I have done? I could have done this subject. But the truth is that the honest answer to your question, right, I'd need to know what I was thinking, like, back when I applied to study philosophy. And I'm pretty sure that back then there was just no question, right? It was philosophy or nothing. I would have, I don't know, I don't think I would have gone into university. I would have done something else with my life, something completely different, if I hadn't been able to study philosophy. So if I hadn't been able to do philosophy, I just wouldn't have gone into academia or continued in academia. That's the honest answer. Malte, what question would you most like to be asked in this Q&A, and what would the corresponding answer be? I quite like it when I get questions that are not related to philosophy but are related to other topics that I know and love. And the reason is very simple. It's that there's loads of questions about philosophy, right? So when I get questions that are not about philosophy, it just adds a bit of variety. That's all. And if it's about something I love, then it means that, I can talk about it. So somebody might ask me a question about, I don't know, the fall of the Roman Empire or something. And, well, obviously I have no idea. I can't do anything with that. But you give me a question about something I know and love, then I've got some variety, and I enjoy talking about it. So what would the question be? I think the question would be, what is your favourite era of Doctor Who? And the answer to that, I think, is the Graham Williams era. The Graham Williams era had many, many problems. Very obvious problems. Not least the fact that certainly in the first year, the budget completely collapsed. So yes, it did look very cheap, and it was very often rushed. But the thing about the Graham Williams era is it's so imaginative. There's relatively few earthbound stories. There's much more variety in terms of the kinds of stories that were being told, and in terms of the places that the Doctor was visiting. The attitude that it had was it felt really kind of wild and adventurous and sophisticated, in the sense of it being like, kind of arty and bohemian. I think that's the word I would use. The Graham Williams era was definitely the most bohemian era of Doctor Who. It kind of had this interest in art and literature, and it sort of seemed like everybody involved was a bit drunk. You certainly had Tom Baker at his most wild, which doesn't work for everybody, but it definitely works for me. It introduced my favourite companion, Romana, the second Romana in particular, and it's also really angry. A lot of people miss this about the Williams era. Nobody ever comments on this, but in my opinion, the Williams era is one of the most politically conscious eras of Doctor Who. It's overlooked because I think because of the silliness, right? There's a lot of silly humour, and I love the silly humour as well. But because of that, people overlook just how angry it is, and just how much it deals with these like political issues. I think it's right up there with the McCoy era in terms of its political engagement. It's lots of stories about like class issues. There's stories about military propaganda, colonialism, oligarchy. It's. I think the whole thing has a very sort of kind of like uni student attitude. You know, it's arty, it's drunk, it's silly, and it's angry, and I love it. And I would have much more to say about it, but you didn't actually ask this question, so I'm gonna leave it there. So, okay. Marcel, what is your stance on abortion and what's your justification for it? I think there should be no restrictions on abortion whatsoever. I agree. I agree. I think with Canada, I believe that's how it works in Canada. In Canada, could be wrong about this, but I recall that in Canada, a woman can have an abortion for any reason at any time. Right? That's how I would have it. So first of all, just to be clear, this is kind of an academic argument anyway. So in my view, right, yes, if somebody wants to have an abortion at like 8.5 months in the pregnancy, they should be allowed to, right? But nobody's actually going to do that. Like, nobody just up and decides to abort at 8.5 months. That's only going to happen if there's like a serious medical issue. I think that this kind of is an academic argument, but hypothetically, in a world where there are loads of women just who want to decide to abort at 8.5 months, for me it's pretty straightforward. If a person is contained inside your body and you remove your consent for them to use your body, it's acceptable for you to use lethal force in self-defense. That's it. It just comes down to containment and consent, and that's it. I think, yeah, somebody's using your body, and you want them to get out. You can just have them removed without killing them, but you don't have to. You can also use lethal force. I'm fine with that. I think that the status of the fetus is completely irrelevant. I do not care whether the fetus is as far as I'm concerned, even if, like, from the moment of conception, the fetus was, Einstein, right? Like, the fetus was a person who had all of the kind of cognitive and emotional capacities of, like, normal adult humans. I think abortion should still be unrestricted. So that's my stance on abortion. Max Macken. Hey man, I love your videos. Thanks very much. Glad to hear the videos are appreciated. How is the search for the girlfriend going? Not very well, to be honest. I think it's hard for everybody to find relationships. Well, maybe not everybody. Some people are good at it, but the vast majority of people, I think, struggle. And it continues to be a struggle, unsurprisingly. So I have nothing further to report on that point. Any philosophical thoughts on the process of courting women, dating men and women relationships? Not really. I did make a video on friends with benefits, and in which I argued that the concept of friends with benefits was incoherent. I'm not coming from like a conservative point of view here. It's not like I have a problem with people fucking each other. In fact, I want more people to fuck each other more often. I think there should be much more fucking going on outside the context of monogamous relationships. I have no problem with that, but I had some problems with the concept friends with benefits. I don't know if you saw that video, maybe you did. And so I guess I have actually engaged philosophically with this topic a little bit, but I don't have any further thoughts on it. So I really don't know, man. Philosophy of dating, philosophy of relationships, not my field. So it's not really something I think about philosophically. I just kind of get on with it. Mela Osval. Is it rational to complain/criticise about something that affects you in a negative way if you don't believe in moral realism? If so, one can say that, man, everything is subjective in morality. Why are you complaining about that? if you complain, then you must believe that there are objective right, wrong things. I have no idea why we would think that complaints have to assume the objectivity of standards and norms. I mean, it just seems bizarre that we would make that assumption. So suppose, for instance, that I dislike vanilla, right? I just don't like the taste, okay? Is vanilla objectively bad, right? I mean, is it the case that people ought to avoid vanilla? Well, of course not, right? I don't think anybody would say that. I don't think anyone would claim that, like, vanilla is objectively bad or that people ought not to use vanilla. Okay, this is something about which we are all kind of anti-realists, right? Like the value of vanilla is something about which we are all anti-realists. We all recognise, some people like vanilla, some people don't like vanilla. That's fine, and nobody's like right or wrong. If somebody doesn't like vanilla, they're not incorrect, and they're not correct either. So we're all anti-realists about that, but obviously people can still express distaste when given something that contains vanilla, or like even if I'm just eating vanilla on my own, I can just be like, ugh, right? That's fine. There's no assumption of objectivity there. I'm experiencing a negative emotion and I'm expressing it. When you experience something negative, that often expresses itself in your speech and behaviour. So, okay then, let's take the case of actions that are more open to moral evaluation. Let's say somebody walks up to me and punches me in the face, and okay, this prompts negative feelings in me, which I then express, right? Like I'm perhaps going to be angry with them, I'm going to feel pain, so maybe I'll cry out. I'm just expressing my negative feelings. And I can also reason with them. I can say things like, well, you wouldn't want me to do that with you, so don't we benefit from treating each other more kindly, right? We can see that it would benefit us both if we constrained our behaviour in accordance with these rules, right? You don't want to live in a world in which people go around punching each other. There are certain things that the vast majority of people in society want to promote, certain things we all value: peace, prosperity, freedom from constraint, ability to achieve the things we want. So when people behave in ways that violate these things, we express complaints about it. I think whether you're a moral realist or an anti-realist makes no difference to that, right? Like, both realists and anti-realists can tell that story. So I just don't see the issue here. You also say, concerning the first question, is it rational to act like a virtuous/moral person as an opponent of moral realism? Well, opponents of moral realism can still endorse moral theories. They just don't take those theories to be true in virtue of mind-independent facts, right? So they might say that the moral theory is something that we have constructed, or they might say that, moral theory, or when we make moral judgments, we're just expressing emotions or something like that. There are some people who will reject moral theorizing entirely, but that's pretty rare, right? Like, the vast majority of moral anti-realists still think that there may be good reasons to endorse moral theories. So, people can still constrain their behaviour in accordance with moral theories, even if they think that those theories are not true in virtue of mind-independent facts. Meta Judge asks, thoughts on temporal priority and simultaneous causation? I'm inclined to a projectivist view of causality. I'm inclined to say that there are not really any causal connections in the world. So it's something that is a very useful feature of our models. And I quite like the idea that it comes from the feeling of agency, or perhaps the illusion of agency. Like, we take ourselves to be able to make things happen, right? We have this feeling of making things happen. And then with that feeling, right, we can imagine ourselves as causing things, and then we project that further onto the world. So when we say, X causes Y, the point is manipulating X would affect Y, right? By twiddling X, we control Y. So I don't know, like maybe the crash of two stars caused the formation of a black hole, right? Like, well, we can imagine if we were able to put two stars together, we would end up with a black hole. But yeah, anyway, the point is, I'm inclined to a sort of projectivist account of it. I'm certainly a causal anti-realist of some sort. So with respect to temporal priority, well, I don't have any necessary problem with the idea of causes preceding their effects. And I think that if the world were structured differently, it would be quite natural to think that causes precede their effects. So I mean, we see this in like Newcomb's problem type cases. I won't explain Newcomb's problem if you're not familiar with it. I guess you can look it up. But if, let's say, you want to make it the case that the predictor has put 1 million in the box, well, then you take one box. That reliably achieves that outcome. As for simultaneous causation, I don't know. Do we want to say that the cause and effect occur at the same time? I've not really thought much about simultaneous causation. It looks like there are always going to be alternative ways of describing the situation. So I don't know. I have no real thoughts on that. But yeah, I mean, temporal priority is, like I say, not something that I see as being a kind of necessary constraint on causal claims. Although, certainly, given the way the world actually is structured, it's a useful assumption, presupposition, a useful rule of thumb. How did you realise that shaving will make you more popular with women? I don't believe that shaving does make you more popular with women. I thought it would. That is true. A number of people told me. I mean, I always knew that the neckbeard looked unconventional, let's say. And my assumption was that it would help to be more conventionally attractive. So I always knew there was a way of making myself more conventionally attractive, and I did think that would help find women. But that's not how things have turned out in my experience. In my experience, it's made no difference whatsoever. Whatever the source of my difficulties in dating, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with my appearance. Or at least it didn't have anything to do with the hair and the beard, because there hasn't been any significant improvement in the dating since getting rid of the beard, and nor since getting rid of the hair. Michael Moncrieff, what are some good introductory books on moral philosophy and ethics, as well as political philosophy? I don't know. I can't remember what I used, if anything. I never, when I came to moral philosophy and political philosophy, I already had a pretty good background in philosophy. Like, I knew how to read philosophy. And I think that I didn't really need to rely on introductory books so much for that reason. I mean, I've never been as interested in moral and political philosophy as I have in other areas, So whereas with like philosophy of science, I engaged with a lot of the introductory books. With moral and political philosophy, I just didn't really. So I don't know. I have no experience to draw on. Thoughts on Murray Bookchin's or Buchan's dialectical materialism and his thought in general? I have never read a single page of Murray Bookchin or Buchan, or however it's pronounced. Mujtaba Shanan, what are your thoughts on Philip Leon's argument from material causation? Is it convincing? I have no idea what that argument is. I did look it up online, but I couldn't find like a brief overview. What I did read, it seems like very technical philosophy of religion. I mean, the most I can say here is I am a pretty hardcore empiricist. I think that a great deal of what takes place in philosophy of religion is just nonsense. I mean, I can't comment really on this argument specifically because, again, I don't know what it is. But talk of causality in metaphysical terms, talk of causality in the context of philosophy of religion, always makes me pretty suspicious. Again, this is just my empiricism, right? That's as much as I can say about this. My thoughts on it are, I'm currently suspicious, but in order to actually say anything substantive, I would need to read up on it, which I haven't done. So yeah, I have no more thoughts than that. Owners 82. What is your position on the problem of universals? Are you a nominalist? To me personally, the notion that it requires abstract objects in your ontology just to explain similarities between objects doesn't make any sense. If two things reflect light in a similar matter, then we can categorize them as, for example, red, but why does anybody think that this requires an abstract notion of redness? It probably comes as no surprise to hear that I am indeed a nominalist, and I share the same feelings as you. I find it very hard to understand the motivation for postulating universals. Now, the specific motivation that you've described there is basically the one over many argument, right? So the issue here is we're postulating these abstract objects to explain similarities. I mean, there are other arguments for universals, but the one over many is going to be, okay, there are a bunch of different red things. In virtue of what are they all the same? Like, what makes all of the red things red? Well, it's that they're all red in virtue of instantiating the universal redness. So I think that's the argument you're hinting at there, and you say, like, okay, why would that require an abstract property of redness? And I agree with you. That argument has always struck me as just bizarre. I mean, like, I can't see how we're getting from the premises to the conclusion. Yeah, I think I shared the same reaction here. Like, from my point of view, right? If you say that X and Y are both red, right, and then you ask, what is it that makes X and Y both red? Right, I would say, well, it's just the fact that X is red and the fact that Y is red. That's it, right? And then I guess the question would be, okay, what makes X red, right? But there are things that we can explain in this context, right? So there are things we can say to explain why X is red, or in virtue of what X is red. Let's say it's a car, right? Somebody asks, why is the car red? Well, I might, for example, say it's red I might explain its redness by appealing to the intentions of the designer of the car. I say, somebody wanted a red car, and so this person painted the car red. And I mean, I suppose this connects a bit more closely to the metaphysical issues. I might appeal to the surface spectral reflectance of the car. And then that, in conjunction with our theory of colour vision, explains why the car is red. And I guess this is what you suggest, right? Like, two things reflect light in a similar manner, we categorise them as red, right? So, I mean, that's it. I don't see what more of an explanation is required. In any case, it's unclear how the postulation of universals is supposed to help, even if we think that there is some sort of problem here, right? So by saying, X is red because it instantiates the property of redness, or X and Y are both red in virtue of them both instantiating the property of redness, the feeling that I get is that all we've done is move from something which is perfectly straightforward and understandable, namely the fact that we've got a couple of red objects, and then we've introduced this bizarre property of redness, or universal redness. And I say it's bizarre because it's supposed to be distinct from, like, when we say the property of redness, right? That X instantiates the property of redness. This is saying something more than just X is red, right? So yeah, it seems like there really isn't a problem here, and even if there is a problem here, it's not at all clear how postulating universals is supposed to solve it. So yeah. Okay, Opus Earn. How was your trip to Mexico? Any fun activities or memorable events? I'm not very good at talking about this kind of thing, to be honest. Uh, I remember when I returned from Mexico, my brother asked me what it was like. I said it was, yeah, very good, and he I asked me some more questions, but he wasn't satisfied with my answers. I don't I don't know how to talk about events in my life. Like the trip to Mexico was good, nice food, very interesting places. Um, and what more am I supposed to say here? I mean, like, yeah, it was good. It was good. It was fine, right? I'm sorry. I'm almost getting annoyed. I don't like having to think about things that I've done and then like talk about them and talk about like fun activities and It was great, and there were loads of interesting things happening, and um, that's it, right? So, okay, should I try? Should I try to give an answer to this question? Oh man, so the trip to. God damn it, man! I'm really making an effort to give like answers to all of these questions, right? Let me explain what's happening in my head right now. I'm really making an effort to give good answers to these questions, right? Some of the questions that people have asked, I can't give good answers to because, I just haven't read the relevant material or something. But this is something that I've actually done, and so I should be able to give a good answer to it, right? I'm really struggling to do so. So I went to Mexico, and the first thing that happened when I can't go through it like that. The okay, right. The trip to Mexico was great. I stayed at a place called Playa del Carmen. I went out of Playa del Carmen to see a cenote. Right, I can't do this. We're going to have to move on. Will drunk philosophy ever return? Yes, we intended to do a drunk philosophy while we were in Mexico. We did talk about that, but we were just busy with other things. Like there was loads of stuff to like see, and we were going out to places every day, and I mean we just didn't get around to it, right? Which is a shame. It would have been wonderful to do drunk philosophy in person, and I hope that we will do drunk philosophy in person sometime soon. If that doesn't happen sometime soon, hopefully drunk philosophy online sometime soon will happen. Because while I was in Mexico, I did have a lot of drinks. When I was younger, I always said that I hated alcohol. And whenever I would be given, people would sometimes offer me drinks to try, and I did indeed hate them. I hated the taste of alcohol. But I think what I've realised is actually I don't hate the taste of alcohol. It's just people were giving me really shitty drinks. Actually, there's loads of drinks that I like. And when I was in Mexico, I explored many different kinds of alcohol. And so now, not only will I be able to do another drunk philosophy, I'll be able to do it with drinks that taste really good. So I don't know when that's going to return, but I hope it returns soon. Original Win Productions asks, what are your thoughts on Nozick's Tale of the Slave? I think that the answer to that particular challenge that Nozick raises is quite simple. It's that with each step, the situation becomes less objectionable until you end up with a situation which is maybe problematic in some ways, but basically okay, right? Like, I mean, that's how a defender of democracy should respond to the tale of the slave. And in particular, it seems to me that what Nozick has shown is, okay, we can construct a kind of moral Socrates paradox with respect to the concept slavery and democracy, right? So, the Socrates paradox, right? Like, you start off with a grain, and adding one grain does not make something into a heap, right? or removing one grain does not go from heap to non-heap. But if you apply that over and over and over again, then you can go from a heap to a grain, or a grain to a heap, right? That's what Nozick has done with this tale of a slave. And just as the Socrates paradox does not undermine the distinction between heaps and non-heaps, I don't really see why somebody who defends democracy should think that this in any way undermines like the moral legitimacy of democracy. It seemed it's a nice challenge, right? But it seems like there are some pretty obvious answers to it. Another thing about that is that people always overlook the rest of that chapter. So it occurs at the end of the chapter Democtesis. I love that chapter, but I don't quite know what Nozick is doing in it. So, when you look at Anarchy, State and Utopia, right, the whole point of part 1, which is, so like the whole first third of the book, is a response to the anarchist, right? And Nozick responds to the anarchist by providing an account of how states can arise through this kind of invisible hand process that does not violate anybody's rights, right? So he's like, well, this shows we can show the legitimacy of the minimal state by showing how the minimal state arises through an invisible hand process that does not violate anyone's rights. Okay, that's part 1, and that's the response to the anarchist. And so Nozick thinks he's established the minimal state. But then you get this chapter Democtesis, where he provides an account of how, starting from minimal state, a more than minimal state can arise through an invisible hand process that doesn't violate anybody's rights. So it's like, wait a minute, but like that was exactly the thing that justified the minimal state in response to the anarchist. So now haven't you just justified the more than minimal state? But then he has this tale of the slave, and it's just a bit. I find that chapter a bit strange. I'm not sure what he's doing there. Maybe I've missed something really obvious, but nobody ever talks about it. No one ever talks about that. I mean, it's like he's just got this chapter where it's like he undermines everything he was doing in the first part of the book, and then no one ever talks about that. I don't know. I might have missed something. But yeah, Nozick's Tale of the Slave. It's cool. It's a cool little problem, but I think there are some easy answers to it. Okay, Oscar, you seem to be an anti-realist on a lot of fronts. Could you provide a sort of sliding scale of what things you are most sure aren't real and what things you are less sure? Some entries might be scientific unobservables, morality, mathematics, logic, truth, consciousness, birds, etc. Well, you know what? I'll just go through the ones that you've given. So, consciousness. Well, it seems like it would be kind of crazy to be an anti-realist about consciousness just generally. I mean, clearly, there are... Like, it seems, how could you be an anti-realist about consciousness? And I say that knowing that there are in fact some people who are anti-realists about consciousness, but even so, yeah, it's hard to see what grounds there are for doubting that. One thing I would say is that I'm very skeptical about the deliverances of introspection more generally. So I think that generally speaking, we really don't know our own minds. What exactly are the properties of experience? And those properties that we know through introspection, or at least that we think we know through introspection, I'm really skeptical about. Eric Schwitzgebel has got some lovely articles about this, and I agree with him entirely, basically, on the introspection thing, right? He's got some great skeptical attacks on introspection. I think one of the articles is literally just called The Unreliability of Naive Introspection. But here's a nice example, and I think this comes from Schwitzgebel. So we can distinguish between thick and thin conceptions of experience, right? So on a thick conception of experience, you are consciously aware of like almost everything that's kind of happening around you and that your body is undergoing. So, like you're consciously aware of the feeling of the clothes on your skin, you're consciously aware of breathing, you're consciously aware of like things in peripheral vision and so on. On a thin conception of experience, you are consciously aware only of those things that you are directing your attention towards, okay? So like, I'm currently directing my attention towards my speech and my mouth and the cup I'm holding, And then now that's changed. I'm now consciously directing my attention towards the computer screen, and I'm now consciously directing my attention towards my hand. So obviously, conscious attention flits about constantly. But on a thin conception of experience, you are only aware of that which you are directing attention towards. Now the question is experience thick or thin? How would we know? That's a kind of huge thing. Like there is a significant difference between these two things, and I mean, you might have an intuition about it, but it seems pretty clear that there's just no way of actually relying on that, right? I think that introspection in general, I mean, the problem is that the deliverances of introspection are not publicly accessible. Like, there's no way of checking them against other people. There's no way that you can rely on other people to correct mistakes that you're making or anything like that. So I am very skeptical of introspection. I think that we know our own experience and our own minds, but we have far less access to facts about that than we think we do. So I guess I'm very skeptical on that point. As for birds, well, yeah, birds exist, sure. I mean, the classification bird is a construction. I don't think there are natural kinds or anything like that, but with respect to the everyday objects of experience, I'm basically a realist, but maybe a realist of a more pragmatist orientation. But sure, there are chairs and tables and cars and birds and all of that. Mathematics and logic. Well, yeah, I suppose it depends on what realism is supposed to count as here. I mean, certainly with respect to Platonist accounts, say, where we're trying to account for the success of these discourses by postulating entities of some sort in an abstract realm of which these are true or false. I mean, on that point, I'm definitely an anti-realist. I mean, I have no idea really what it is I'm even being asked to believe in. I find I can't really conceive of what this realm is supposed to be. Yeah, and obviously, I mean, I do as well take a more kind of constructivist line on mathematics and logic. I don't think, I think that we construct logical systems, and we apply different logical systems in different contexts, and it's a matter of looking at which is has the most instrumental utility. So I guess that would be a pretty strongly anti-realist position. As for morality, well, I think realism is nonsense. I mean, more specifically, I realism about categorical reasons that are binding regardless of your desires. So I suppose when it comes to claims about moral value, right, claims about goodness and badness, I don't really care if you want to be a naturalist about that or something. So the Cornell realists, for instance, kind of have this nice account of semantics and epistemology that allows them to say that actually moral goodness is a natural property, just like health, analogous to health. Whatever. I don't really buy that program myself. I think there are actually a whole bunch of problems with it, but I'm not strongly opposed to that. What I am strongly opposed to is the idea that there are facts of the matter about what you ought to do, where these are moral oughts, right? That's where I really draw the line and say no. Unobservables, I mean, I suppose it depends on the unobservable in question, but yeah, I mean, here I'm a scientific anti-realist. In this case, it's agnosticism rather than outright disbelief. So if you talk about morality, I think that there are no categorical reasons for action. That's not agnosticism. In the case of unobservables, I'm agnostic. So yeah, I don't know. Those are the ones that you suggested, I think. So you're right. I am fairly anti-realist on a lot of fronts. You also ask another question about mitigated modal skepticism, but I have not actually read up on that, so I cannot answer. Phil P, just to get a sense at the beginning of your time on Philosophy Twitter, have you read much Brandom? I have read 0 Brandom. I have read not a single page of Brandom. Therefore, I can't answer your question. I'm very sorry. A number of people have asked me about Brandom, and I really think that it's... it seems like I should probably be embarrassed about the fact that I haven't read any Brandom, and I am indeed kind of embarrassed about that. But there we are. Nothing I can do about that at this moment. Political Junkie. What are your thoughts on immortality and the Epicurean view that death is not bad? I feel a sense of overwhelming horror at the thought of death. Immortality would be wonderful. When I think of death, I mean, I don't believe in any afterlife, right? So when you die, that's it. Permanent non-existence. It fills me with overwhelming dread, terror. It's hard for me to find words that express the dread and terror that I feel. Right, those words aren't strong enough. So as for the Epicurean view, you know, I think the thing is this, right? Some people, when it comes to non-existence, permanent non-existence, some people get it and some people don't. Well, and what I mean is, some people get the fear of it and some people don't. And I don't think this is really something that you can subject to like argument, right? Like you either have the terror of that or you don't. So, you know, Epicurus would say to me, well, look, it's not bad because you won't exist, so nothing can harm you. And I'm just thinking, like, yeah, but what, right? The non-existence is what's bad, right? Saying it's not bad because you won't exist, right? Like, what? That's exactly what's bad. That is the thing that's bad. And, you know, like, I don't know if there's any kind of further reason to be given. I mean, you either just... it's almost like a brute fact of psychology, right? Like, some people just see that as a bad thing and some people don't. And, you know, it's not like either of them are right or wrong, or at least I don't think it's that either of them are right or wrong. Yeah, I mean, I think there are actually, I mean, I say they're not right or wrong, but there are some really stupid arguments. So a really stupid argument that you hear quite often is, well, you didn't exist before you were born. That's a really dumb argument for a couple of reasons. The first reason is, well, it's true that I didn't exist before I was born, but then I started existing. Now, if you were to tell me that I'm going to stop existing for, you know, 10 billion years and then pop into existence again, that's fine, right? I'm totally cool with that. I'm perfectly happy to go out of existence sometimes and then come into existence again, right? It's permanent non-existence that I have a problem with. So the fact that I didn't exist before I was born is irrelevant because I was born, right? But the other thing is that, well, there's, like, obviously you're not going to be scared of the non-existence before you're born because that's in the past, right? That's not, fear doesn't work that way. You're not generally, like, afraid of things in the past, right? Fear is something that's directed to stuff that's coming in the future. Yeah, that kind of argument that comes from the Epicurean tradition. I'm not sure if Epicurus himself made that argument, but that kind of argument is incomprehensibly stupid, and people should stop giving it. So I think we should just accept that there's this fundamental divide in human psychology. Some people have a terror of permanent non-existence, some people don't, and there's not really, you know, there's not much more to say about it. Posthuman. Is promoting political ideas to young adults worth it? Can we do this by using fiction? Is it better to engage a political and philosophical idea through fiction and after it becomes popular, develop it even further through academic literature, or is it better to do it vice versa? I think it's definitely worth getting people involved in political action when they're young as possible. This is, I mean, it's something important, right? Like, people should care about the way their society is structured, and so they should be critical, right? Like, people should be critical of political institutions, and they should engage in debate and argument, and perhaps even activism in order to change them. I think that's all really important. As for doing it by using fiction, that seems like, I mean, a question for psychologists. I don't have any opinion on that. It might be the case that fiction is a useful way of getting people involved in this. There have certainly been lots of fiction books, that seem to have influenced people. I'm thinking of stuff like George Orwell's 1984. As for, better to engage a philosophical idea through fiction, and after it becomes popular, develop it further through academic literature, or do it vice versa. I don't think either is better or worse. And does it matter? I'm not sure what difference it makes. Personally, I've never found fiction a particularly useful way of exploring philosophy, but that's just me. I mean, it's just I'm not that into reading fiction, so other people do find it useful. Again, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that either way. Prenuptials asks, I've been talking for a while. Asks, what do you think the importance of meta-philosophy is? Do you think it's useful in dissolving certain problems and reorienting the focus on other things? Yeah, perhaps. I'm just kind of thinking of my own experiences here, like thinking about meta-philosophy and how that's affected my own work. So, because I know that, like, I have always been in the analytic tradition, right? So obviously I was initially quite persuaded by the idea of conceptual analysis, because, I mean, that's the kind of way that analytic philosophy is taught. Like, that's the method that we say we are using very often. And then I shifted from conceptual analysis to conceptual engineering. And I think that, so is that useful in dissolving problems? Well, we have these kind of questions about what various things mean. So, like in meta-ethics, what do moral statements mean? What do moral judgments express? And from the point of view of conceptual engineering, those kinds of questions, maybe they're not dissolved, but they certainly assume less importance. Because we just say, well, meanings in general are vague and precise, vague and imprecise. The task of philosophy is not really to specify exactly how people are using these concepts. The task of philosophy is to criticize these concepts. It's to figure out what sort of role these concepts are playing. Is that actually a useful role? Like, do we need concepts to be playing that role? And then, in that case, if we do need concepts to be playing that role, can we construct more precise concepts to play the same role? Like, can we construct concepts that are rigorously understood and that can play the same role? That kind of thing. And so that does, I think, change the orientation of questions in meta-ethics, and I assume it would be the same elsewhere, right? Although I do wonder if I might be getting the justification backwards here, because it wasn't that I accepted conceptual engineering as like a useful program, and then that changed how I thought about meta-ethics. It was rather that I already had a lot of problems with how traditional meta-ethics had proceeded, and conceptual engineering seemed like a useful way of reconceiving it. It seemed actually not just like a useful way of reconceiving it, but it seemed like a useful way of understanding what it was I was doing. So, I don't know if it's so much that, like, when we engage in meta-philosophy, that changes how we do philosophy, or that changes the questions we're asking. It might be more that it's just, we engage in meta-philosophy and then we realise, actually, this alternative theory about meta-philosophy better accounts for what I'm already doing. I think that might have been the case with me, really, that, like, I was already engaged in conceptual engineering, and when I came across the idea of conceptual engineering, I realised that it fit that. Yeah. But, yes, still useful. I mean, when I'm actually dealing with specific philosophical problems, when I'm writing essays, reading books, criticising other philosophers, I don't really think about metaphilosophy that much. Like, I tend to say, well, this is the question I'm asking. Is this a use? I tend to think, like, is this a useful way of approaching the question I'm asking? But I don't really think about philosophical methods more generally. I mean, part of that is that there probably isn't going to be any kind of unifying philosophical method, right? Like, we haven't even found a unifying method for the sciences, so I think it's pretty hopeless to imagine that there might be in philosophy, and trying to force all of your work into one box would probably be a mistake. So when I'm dealing with specific philosophical problems, I'm not really thinking abstractly about the right philosophical method. I'm just thinking about, oh, okay, what is this problem, and how should we go about solving it? So I don't really know if metaphilosophy is, in the end, that important, at least to me. It's just another interesting philosophical question. I love philosophy, so I like to think about the philosophy of philosophy. Process. What's up, Kane? Thoughts on Spinoza and life affirmation? I don't know anything about Spinoza, I'm afraid. So I have no thoughts on him. Royal McIntosh. Is there any hope for moral realism? No, there is not. That's my opinion. That's what I think. I think moral realism is obvious nonsense. I've never found it even remotely persuasive. It's the one philosophical position that I really haven't changed my mind on at all. I mean, like, even before I started doing philosophy, right, I was a moral anti-realist. I mean, that was one of my most firmly held philosophical positions, even before I started doing philosophy. And when I started doing philosophy, I found myself changing my mind on all sorts of things. I came into philosophy as a scientific realist, and then I changed and became an anti-realist. And now I'm moving, I'm still an anti-realist, but I was a kind of standard empiricist, and now I'm kind of moving towards maybe some sort of weird constructivism or idealism or something. But anyway, the point is, I've changed my mind on that. When I did philosophy of mind, I started out as a mind-brain identity theorist, and then I changed my mind on that. In so many different areas, my positions have changed, and yet I find that in meta-ethics, I started out as an anti-realist, and I've held that position firmly. I haven't budged, and I don't think there's a single argument I've ever encountered that has seemed even slightly persuasive to me. So, is there hope for moral realism? I don't think there is. But that might not be, so it depends on what you mean by hope. Because if you're talking about whether or not I'm going to accept it, well, I can't see that happening. But what about other people? Is there any hope for, like, moral realism within philosophy? Well, certainly there is, because in terms of its support, most philosophers already are moral realists. I would be quite curious, actually, to see the new Phil Papers survey results, but in 2009, the previous Phil Papers survey found that I think 56% accepted moral realism. So there's a bit of the most philosophers, right? I mean, it's not like a universal consensus or anything, but yeah, there's a lot of moral realists out there, and I can't see that that's going to change. I imagine that will always be the case. So there's hope for it in that sense. Rick Shermantle, Did you read J.F. Garapi's book, The Revolutionary Phenotype? No, I have not read that. Richard Sear. What are your thoughts on Dennett's multiple drafts model of consciousness? It has been years since I've read Dennett, but the at least the fundamental motivation behind it struck me as being almost trivially true. Like, so the idea of, that there's no Cartesian theatre, there's no central processing place in the brain where all of the information comes together, that we have to, understand consciousness in terms of like a product of like lots of different things happening in relatively separate places in parallel, that kind of underlying motivation. I mean, that's like, that's surely right. That's what it seemed, that's how I felt when I was reading it. But again, I mean, like the more specific details of Dennett's theory, I just don't remember because it's been so long since I read it. But the basic motivation, the basic motivation, right? Rejecting the Cartesian theatre, rejecting the idea that there's like a central processing part in the brain, seemed absolutely right to me. The brain itself as a whole is as close to a central processor as you're going to get. Again, that's what I thought. Rody 39. What is the best books to learn philosophy, beginner level? Probably Blackburn's Think. Simon Blackburn's Think, I think, is generally considered a pretty good one. Do you think consciousness is made from matter? Well, I certainly don't see any good reason to postulate immaterial souls, immaterial minds, anything like that. Like, I'm not a substance dualist. I wouldn't say that the world is divided into mind and matter, where mind is something separate from the rest of the world. But I mean, I also want to say, well, what exactly is matter, right? Like, I think I would say consciousness is, it seems to be a biological property, right? Like, it's something that, I mean, I don't know whether consciousness, emerges from the kind of complex activity going on in the brain, or maybe the panpsychists are right, and like consciousness might actually just be or at least, phenomenal properties might in some sense be more fundamental. I don't know. I'm agnostic about that. But certainly it just arises. It just arises from sort of, these biological processes. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say was, what did I want to say? Okay, so this is just what happens when, I have to deal with lots of different questions from lots of different people. I have completely lost my train of thought. So, do I think consciousness is made from matter? Number one, I'm not a dualist. Number two, I don't know, right? I don't have any view on like how consciousness is produced or how extensive consciousness is in the world, right? Like, it might be the case that consciousness requires language, right? Or requires a sophisticated conceptualizational ability, which means that maybe only like humans have consciousness. Or it might be the case that consciousness extends, so that even fundamental particles have some sort of primitive consciousness, like there's some primitive phenomenal properties. Number three, the question, do you think consciousness is made from matter? I don't really have a good conception of what matter is, right? Like, we can talk about various things in the world, right? And, I mean, obviously these will often be considered material objects by materialists. But I want to say, well, okay, but what exactly is matter, right? I don't know what that is. I'm pretty skeptical of like metaphysical materialism. But if somebody says, is consciousness made from matter, I generally take that to mean like you know, do you think that consciousness just like requires nothing? It does not require like immaterial souls of the sort that Descartes was talking about. And you know, yes, the answer to that's yes. So okay, that's the answer. What is this? Okay, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Have you ever tried to write fiction/poetry? No fiction. I don't even read fiction. Part of the reason for that is just that there's so much stuff that I have to read for work that when I'm when I've got a bit of free time, I never really want to read during my free time. So I don't actually even read fiction. As for poetry, I have written some poetry. I used to write poems known as mesostics, which is a type of poetry that was developed by John Cage. I started doing that because I used to do I did some work for an art gallery around the time of the John Cage centennial, and I made some poetry. I wrote some poetry for them. Actually, I think there's some of this poetry in some of my very earliest videos. I think I uploaded some of it to YouTube. So yes, I have written poetry, but it's not something that I do regularly. In fact, I haven't done it for like about 7 years, but I have done it. Ryan Payne, how do you expect philosophy to change in the next 5, 10, 15, even 50 and 100 years? New questions and problems, new methods, new role within academia, new / different role in society? I think it's impossible to predict this stuff. At least for me. Maybe some people can predict it. Man, I got no idea. I mean, although one important factor is, climate change and all the environmental problems and the impact that that's going to have on society in general. I can't help but think that people are probably going to value philosophy somewhat less than they do, which is kind of a sad thought because a lot of people already value it pretty lowly, right? Philosophy is not a discipline that really has a lot of practical utility, and when society starts falling apart, it's not going to have much of a place. If people are still doing philosophy, surely I imagine it'll be more like practice oriented. You know, political philosophy is going to be less about ideal theory. Ethics is going to be more applied ethics. Actually, I guess those changes are already happening. That's as much as I can say in terms of making a prediction. You also say, and if you don't want to speculate about what might actually happen, then how would you like to see philosophy change in the future? Well, I would like to see much more focus on public engagement, and there are already philosophers doing this. There's plenty of philosophers on YouTube, on Twitter, plenty of philosophers with podcasts, all of this stuff, and that's great. But I want to see it change on an institutional level, and I don't know how exactly. Look, I'm a philosopher, okay? I can identify problems, but don't come to me for solutions. But the issue is this, right? Right now in philosophy institutions, the only thing that is relevant to one's career is publication of, articles in journals, like in the cutting edge, so it's expanding the cutting edge, right? That's it, right? Like that's all that really matters. Publish or perish, and specifically publish in in a certain set of academic journals. That's what you have to do. Now, I am not going to have much of a career in academia. I can't imagine. Why? Well, because I do this. I could have spent my time writing articles and getting published. I know how to write, but I didn't. I did this instead. And all of this counts for absolutely nothing in terms of a career in philosophy. And I'm not complaining about that. I always knew that, right? Like, it's not as though I've suddenly been surprised. Like, I always knew this was a decision that I made. I knew what I was doing. But even so, I think that this is kind of idiotic, right? Like, it's... Because the thing is, right, why should academics devote any serious time to public engagement? There's no reward. I mean, in terms of their career, at least. Like, if you get successful enough at the public engagement, then you can monetize that. But in terms of actually getting ahead in your career, right, there's just no reward for doing that. And academics are already very busy. They've already got to publish articles and teach and do administrative work and go to conferences and all of this stuff. So, they're already busy. Why then devote serious time to public engagement? And the point is this. There is essentially no reward at all for the kind of work that actually keeps the institution alive. And that seems crazy to me. We want funding. I mean, we need funding. And funding comes from the public. So we want the public to care about philosophy. And that means we need to do public engagement. But there's no reward for it. I think the problem is that we modelled the incentive structure on the sciences. So philosophy as an institution, right, in academia, what we care about is publishing papers, expanding the cutting edge. That's the case in science as well, right? Like you publish and try to expand the cutting edge. Now that makes sense in science, right? Because science has direct practical consequences. By expanding the cutting edge of science, you're also expanding its practical utility, I guess. By developing scientific theories even further, right? We also at least have the potential to develop new technologies. The best way of producing practical benefits from science is by expanding the cutting edge of science, by by publishing more scientific research, right? That's how you get the practical benefits, right? Is by developing scientific theories. So the point is that the kind of public interest is already built in to just the process of developing scientific theories. That's not the case in philosophy, because generally philosophy doesn't really have practical utility. Philosophers aren't going to cure cancer. We're not going to send probes out into space. We're not going to develop new instruments, right, or anything like that, right? And we're not even going to achieve any convergence on theories that people in other disciplines might then build on, right? We don't have that practical utility. So that means that in order to get the public to care about the discipline, we have to actually focus specifically on the public engagement work, right? It's not good enough to just develop the discipline itself. But that's what's actually happened, right? The only kind of value that the only way of advancing one's career is to develop the discipline itself. Public engagement counts for nothing. I think that needs to radically change. It should not be the case that what I've done counts for nothing. At least it shouldn't be the case if the institution wants to survive and flourish. Samuel Starr, I may not be pronouncing that right. Since you're a relativist about truth, what is your response to the objection that a proposition being true and false from separate frameworks entails that the meaning of statements are different, hence you are not talking about the same statement? I already endorse a kind of indeterminacy of meaning anyway, independently of relativism. In fact, I endorsed the sort of indeterminacy of meaning before I endorsed the relativism. So this isn't an objection to me. It's this is a feature, not a bug, right? It's just not a problem. I have a video quite recently on referential pluralism, where that's not exactly indeterminacy of meaning. Well, it's connected to it. It just doesn't seem like a problem. I'm fine with the idea that, so what is it? Proposition being true or false entails the meaning of statements are different, and you're not talking about the same statement. Yeah, so sameness here, right? When we say that one thing is the same as another thing, right? We are often abstracting, and that's. I'm not speaking as a relativist here. This is a position I've always held, that when I say snow is white and you say snow is white, they maybe just do have different meanings, and that when we talk about them and assume that they have the same meaning, so when we say they express the same proposition, well, it's not like there is actually a thing floating around in some abstract realm, the proposition that snow is white, and that somehow our statements both instantiate this proposition. I mean, I know that some philosophers have thought that this is how it works, but I don't think that's how it works. So, in fact, meaning is something like that is constructed by people. It's something in our heads, and the same statement is an abstraction. So I already basically accept this independently of relativism. Stefan Travis. Are there any philosophical ideas which you just don't understand? I don't mean ideas which you grasp but can't understand why anyone would accept them or regard them as important or devote their lives to fighting for or against. I mean ideas which you've heard explained in different ways by various people who seemed to know what they were talking about, but where you can't get a handle on what they're trying to say. The answer to this is yes, but frustratingly, I can't remember the cases in question, or at least I can't remember most of them. And it's very annoying to me because I did have a bit of a think about this before starting to record this video, and I just couldn't remember what the cases were, but I know that this has happened. There is one that comes to mind, and that is Van Frassen and Van Frassen's reflection principle. So the reflection principle is a principle about how a rational agent would assign degrees of belief, basically. I mean, the details of this don't matter. But what I'm confused about is the reflection principle and its connection to voluntarism, Van Frassen's broader epistemology, because it seems that there is supposed to be an argument from the reflection principle to voluntarism, that the voluntarism is justified on the basis of the reflection principle. I don't know what that argument is. I've never been able to figure out how that argument is supposed to work. And, I mean, to be fair, I haven't exactly heard it explained in many different ways by various people. Like, I've read it in Van Frassen and, like, a couple of people commenting on Van Frassen, but, you know, the trouble is that there was... nobody ever really wrote like an introduction to voluntarism, so no one's ever really tried to introduce it. But that's something which, you know, I mean, look, I'm a big fan of Van Frassen, and unfortunately that's something that was obscure to me. So that's the only example that's really popping into my head. Tej K asks, are you still vegetarian after your trip to Mexico? If so, how are you finding it? I'll let you in on a secret. I was vegetarian before my trip to Mexico as well. I became vegetarian like 6 months ago. We felt that the video would be better. It just be like, look, you know, we wanted to kind of make the fact that we were in Mexico relevant, like, rather than it just being, you know, randomly Mexico. I don't know. I guess we felt it would be better if it was presented as like somebody changing their mind, right? Rather than just an example of like two vegetarians presenting the reasons for vegetarianism. We thought it might make quite a nice video if this is actually, you know, you're seeing somebody in the process of changing their mind. That can be quite a powerful thing. And I mean, to be clear, like, we didn't, you know, misrepresent the arguments or anything. Everything that was said in that video was true. I was motivated by the self-interested desire not to live in a wasteland. It's just that, and I was convinced by my conversations with Cole. It's just that those conversations actually took place a little bit before that video. So am I still vegetarian? Yes. If so, how are you finding it? I'm finding it incredibly easy. I wasn't really that into meat anyway in the first place, if I'm being completely honest. And I think there's such a great variety of vegetarian food, and it's so easy to do without meat that, you know, like, it's fine. And I think anybody who has any kind of qualms about the meat industry should just go ahead and you know, at least go vegetarian, right? Like, maybe going vegan is a bit more difficult because, god damn, I love dairy. Like, but Just give it a shot. The mathematician. How do you find time for reading and studying while making a living? The reading and studying is the making a living. I get funded. My PhD is funded, and like fully funded. So I get the PhD paid for, and I get money for personal maintenance. And so there's no tension here. Like the making a living, that's what the making a living is. That's going to change in like a month because the money runs out then. So ask me again next time I do one of these. I might have a different answer. The realistic nihilist. Why do you cut your hair and neck beard, bro? Well, the neck beard went first. Why? Because I was single and I was getting no dates at all. Dating was non-existent. I mean, I was on all of the dating sites and apps that I could get on, and I would devote at least 1 hour per day to using them, at least if I could. I mean, sometimes, like, so for instance, with a lot of apps, like, you know, Tinder and Bumble and some of those, like, you can't just use them continuously, because you might sometimes you just run out of people or whatever. But I, you know, would try to spend an hour a day attempting to find dates. And I was single for over a year, and I know it was over a year, and I think I got about something like 10 or 11 people agree to go on a date with me, right? But none of them turned up. So either they cancelled before the date occurred, or they didn't cancel, but they just didn't turn up, right? So the ultimate result was that after over a year of dating, or attempting to date, I didn't. It's not just that I didn't get a girlfriend. I mean, I didn't even get a date, right? Like, I didn't go on a date with anyone. And I mean, the worst one was there was a woman that I actually ended up speaking to her on the phone, right? And we seemed to get on quite well, and we had agreed to meet. Like, it was about an hour and a half train journey away from where I live, which was, you know, not that big of a deal for me because I use the train regularly anyway to go up to university, which is about 2 hours away. But, you know, even so, an hour and a half train journey, it's, you know, like, you're not going to want to do that for nothing. And it was when I was on the train on the way up there, she sent me a text saying, you know, well, I'm not actually really interested in a relationship. Maybe we can still be friends. That was pretty annoying. So, yeah, the result of this was I just had to accept, you know, the neck beard. I know that it looks ridiculous to everybody else, and it can't be helping. I mean, I don't know how much it's hurting, but it can't be helping. And at this point, I just have to accept, you know, I've got to make a compromise. So I got rid of the neck beard for that reason. Now, as for the hair, basically the same reason. I'm single again, and I'm still looking for dates. Many people have told me over the years to cut the hair. Now, and the thing is that I think with the hair, like, it's not as problematic as the neck beard. I mean, long hair isn't really a big deal. There's lots of dudes with long hair. But the thing is, I just realised that I didn't really care. Like, I used to love having long hair, and I realised that it just wasn't something that mattered to me. So, like, cutting the neck beard was hard. I was giving up something I valued. But cutting the hair was easy because, like, yeah, I realised I just didn't care about it anymore. I can also say that in the end, all of this was pointless. Neither of these actions has made any difference whatsoever to my success when it comes to dating. So I don't know what the problem is. I don't know if my situation is unusual. I have spoken to many other people who find dating similarly very hard. So it might not just be me. But yeah, I don't think that the hair or the beard has really made that much of a difference. Okay, Venor M, what is your take on Nick Land? I have no take on him, having never read him. I have had a couple of people suggest that I read Nick Land. I think somebody mentioned him in a previous AMA, but yeah, I don't know. I just haven't like got around to it, and like it doesn't look like he's working on the sort of thing I would be interested in anyway. I mean, so like yeah. Weekly Bible talk. Thoughts on Timothy Williamson's knowledge first epistemology. I think that so. First of all, I would say that like that there are no fundamental concepts, right? Like all interesting concepts, at least, are part of a network. Is knowledge analyzable? Well, we've already produced various analyses, and I think that a lot of these are very illuminating. So in that respect, I'm sort of not really persuaded, I guess, by this. So I mean, look, my general approach to philosophy is not so much conceptual analysis as conceptual engineering, right? Like, I think that really what we should be doing is not like trying to kind of specify what concepts people actually use, but rather we should, take the concepts and revise them. Like language in general is vague and messy, and there are various concepts that we use on an everyday basis that are quite important. They play important roles, but they similarly are like vague and messy, just like every other concept. And so one of the things that philosophy can do is to take those concepts and make them more precise, more rigorous. I think that at least some of the analyses of knowledge that have been produced are quite useful in this program. But I mean, look, compare knowledge with, say, color terms, right? Like, color terms are quite plausibly primitive. I mean, we just don't have any idea where to begin with an analysis of color terms. So if you want to try to analyze red, right? Like, how do you break down red into other concepts? I mean, the most that you can do is like relate it to other color terms, but you can't break it down. It's not. I mean, maybe you can make associations, right? Like in our society, there's an association of red with danger. So there are things that we can say about red, but it seems like that's pretty plausibly, a primitive concept, if anything is. That doesn't. It doesn't seem to be the case with something like knowledge, right? Like, you might object to the analyses that have been proposed, but it's not that we're just stumped right from the start. Like, it's pretty clear where to begin. Maybe we begin with something like justified true belief. That seems like perfectly plausible, at least initially. Okay, and then we can present problems with it. Or maybe, we begin with some sort of naive reliabilism. And say that knowledge is just true beliefs produced by a reliable process, whatever, right? Again, these things are at least initially plausible, and it looks like they can they point us in interesting directions, whereas with concepts like red and yellow, there's just nothing pointing us anywhere. So I don't really, I don't know. I don't know Timothy Williamson's knowledge first epistemology that well. I haven't read that much about it. My inclination is to think that conceptual analysis of knowledge is a good first stage on the conceptual engineering of knowledge. And I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't conceptually engineer knowledge. I think that answers the question. Okay, Zob Dreistig. Thoughts on the effective altruism movement? It would probably be more effective if they were engaged in more radical political action, I think. My feeling about the effective altruism movement, from what I've read about it, which admittedly isn't that much, it seems like they're very focused on the question of, like, what can an individual do within the current system to make a difference. So they, it's things like charitable donation, like we can empirically find out the best charities, the charities that produce the best outcomes, or where the best outcomes is a matter of like the direct alleviation of suffering, or pursuing high-paying careers, right? Like, what career can you pursue that gives you like the maximum amount of money for the least amount of work, so that you can then spend the money and provide the money to people in need, that sort of thing. I mean, like, okay, whatever. I guess if people want to do that, that's fine. But I just don't. I don't know. I can't see that kind of thing as I don't think it has much in the way of the prospects for making really significant positive change. It sort of is like, playing chess, right? You want to figure out the best moves to win, but it might be more effective to push for changing the rules of the game. And I don't know, maybe people in the effective altruism movement already do that, and so I'm just talking a load of shit here. I could be, right? Obviously, I haven't read much about this, as I mentioned, but it's just whenever I have encountered this, it's always people who seem to be very focused on what they as individuals can do, right, to immediately alleviate suffering, rather than on, right, what sort of institutional changes can we make, and like how can we bring about those institutional changes. But as I'm saying this, like, I'm realizing that I've spoken to like 2 people and Peter Singer. I mean, I haven't spoken to Peter Singer, but I mean, I've read Peter Singer, and like, that's it. And so I don't actually have, in fact, I kind of wish that I had just said that I don't know anything about it. I'm going to leave this up anyway. And you can either take this as a straightforward answer to the question, or you can take this as a good warning for what happens when people talk about things they don't know anything about. And, if I look like an idiot, we will just take it that way. You also ask thoughts on mixing philosophy and activism in general. i.e., are there any contemporary philosophy-inspired movements that you like? I think it's a good idea. I think that it's a good idea because I'm very interested in promoting public philosophy, and engaging in activism is one way of keeping philosophy in the public interest. It's one way of like revealing the practical value of philosophy to the public, right? So I mean, that's one reason to do it, just from the point of view of, well, I care about philosophy as a tradition. I want to promote philosophical institutions. It's also worthwhile because I care about activism, and I care about like the way that our world is structured and the kind of institutions that we have, and it's important to subject them to criticism. And philosophy can provide tools for people to give informed and intelligent criticisms. And it provides people the tools for thinking about what the values are that they actually want to promote, and so on. And so, for that reason, I'm very much in favour of mixing philosophy and activism. It's worthwhile, but it isn't something that I do because I'm simply not an activist. And that's not something that I'm proud of, but I mean, it's something I'm kind of ashamed of, actually. I do nothing. I do absolutely nothing in the way of any kind of activism. The only way in which I am politically active is I vote, and I occasionally express my views online. That's it. Part of this is that like I have like panic attacks and stuff, and I would definitely have a panic attack if I was in a protest or something like that. So I mean, part of it is just that my body rebels against me sometimes, and I can't always do the things that I want. But yeah, it does bother me that I don't do more. So yeah. Zach Dowman Is there free will? What is soft determinism? I've already answered the free will question in response to blank name. You ask, what is soft determinism? So I think soft determinism is just compatibilism. It would be the claim that the world is deterministic, but we still have free will, even within a deterministic world. Zach Alil, who's your favourite author on ontology? I guess David Lewis, his book On the Plurality of Worlds. I think that counts. That counts as ontology, right? That's my favourite. It's one of my favourite books on metaphysics in general. I think it's hopelessly misguided. It's completely wrong about everything, but I love it. I absolutely love that book. So yeah, I think it's got to be David Lewis. And that's everything. So yeah, thanks for your questions, everyone.